To order on this 28th day of February 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you kindly remain standing and join me for a moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms, their home and abroad each day. Let's pause in their honor. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Stivoni.
Present.
All right, and thank you all for braving the cold coming out tonight. This is a hybrid meeting, so we're going to allow the folks here in the town hall audience to participate, but we also have people who are going to be commenting through the internet, through their homes or offices or other remote locations. Okay, so the first order of business I have, I'd like to add a couple resolutions to the agenda itself. So these are walk-on resolutions. They require a supermajority vote. The first one is 39288, authorizing the supervisor to sign the documentation necessary to accept the Department of Justice grant for the implementation of a body-worn camera program for the town of Southampton Police Department. Second is 42671, it's our fourth warrant. And then 42675 authorizes the supervisor to sign an access easement with Suffolk County as it relates to the Hampton Bays Water District subaqueous water main project at Mashut Beach County Park. So I'd like to make a motion to walk those three on. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? So that was unanimous, and those will be taken up at the end of our agenda. All right, next item of business, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the Hampton Bays Water District Commissioners meeting of February 9th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. And next, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our regular town board meeting of February 14th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Stivoni. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the town of East Hampton, town of Southold, village of Sag Harbor, notice of adoption, the village of Sagaponic, notice of adoption, the village of West Hampton Beach, planning board notice of public hearing for a location on 104 Main Street in the village. Emails and letters have been received regarding the following: Light in Southampton Town, CPF preservation of the Steinbeck home, Sag Harbor, CPF purchase of the Marsden Street parcel, Sag Harbor, CPF water quality funds for Round Pond, Sag Harbor, lithium battery storage systems, planning board matter of Cuccio Laundromat in Hampton Bays, proposed change of zone application entitled Liberty Gardens, County Road 39 in Southampton, proposed Chapter 330-162, living quarters for golf employees, town board work session of February 16th regarding the Bel Air Motel in Hampton Bays. Bid and requests for proposals were opened on February 15th for the printing of envelopes, tree and stump removal east and west of the canal. February 16th, RFP for professional engineering services for development of a community park in Speonk. And February 22nd, mobile concessions at Flying Point, Pikes, Foster Memorial, Sag Main Beach, mobile concession for Hot Dog Beach, and also for Mecox and West Scott Cameron beaches. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, so we're going to move on to public hearings. I realize most of you are here for the third public hearing on the Marsden Street properties. We have two before that. I don't think they're going to take very long. So we're going to start with public hearing number one. Madam Clerk, would you read the notice?
Public hearing number one, to consider amending Town Code Chapter 262 entitled Registration of Foreclosure Properties in order to comply with recently amended state law S3933.
All right, Assistant Town Attorney Sean Chambers will introduce us.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and members of the town board. The state did recently change law. We have Chapter 262 on the books. What this program is towns work with a third-party vendor to register foreclosure properties. We have been doing this very effectively with a third-party vendor, ProChamps. It's been a very successful program. The state has made a few tweaks to the law, including the triggering point for registration. Prior, this was enacted by a bank. Now it's by a court. It's a notice of pendency. Once that document is filed, the property becomes able to be registered. In addition, they changed the fee structure. So the state has limited this to $75. We were charging $500 biannually. I suspect the state may go the other way on that and change that again. So what I've done here is I've taken the fees out of the statute itself and worked them into the annual fee schedule so we can adjust without reopening this hearing if need be. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Sorry to hear they lowered the price.
Is it still set twice a year or?
Annually
Annually.
at this point, 75, but I do anticipate that would change in the next term potentially. If the board is inclined to adopt this, it's resolution 2023-349 tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard at this first public hearing on this foreclosure registry and fees, lowering the fees attached to the foreclosure registry? Seeing none, Charles? So if you're watching online and you wish to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon, which is usually at the bottom of your screen. But right now, we're only entertaining comments on the first public hearing, which is on our foreclosed property registry.
I see no hands.
Okay, I will make a motion to close close the first public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you can read the second public hearing.
Public hearing number 2 to consider the acquisition of 127 and 137 Mary's Lane, North Sea, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan to include 137 Mary's Lane and amend CPF Management Stewardship Plan to include properties.
Thank you, Susie. Catherine Mendeling, for acting CPF Program Manager, will introduce us.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, Town Council members. We are here tonight to consider the acquisition of 127 and 137 Mary's Lane in North Sea. You can see the properties right here. These are properties. One is actually noted in our CPF management plan, which is this one right here, for the North Atlantic White Cedar Swamp Open Space Greenbelt Trail Target Area. Sorry, not trail, Greenbelt Target Area. It is within the watershed of Little Fresh Pond. But if you can see here, this is an area of the Atlantic White Cedar Swamp, which is a very sensitive ecological habitat. So we're looking right now to purchase these two properties for consideration.
Price?
It's $850,000 for both parcels combined.
What's the acre?
The acreage is 0.7 acres of land.
Total, that's 2 lots combined.
Yeah, so almost an acre. Yeah.
And there is a house in
There is, correct. The house is located on the front, which is lot number 28.
So they would be delivering the property free of any structure?
Actually, in this case, we are responsible for taking down the stuff. We will, yeah.
Right, any other questions? Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'll go to the audience. We're just entertaining comments on the second public hearing, not Martin. This is on the 2 properties along Mary's Lane. So raise your hand if not. I don't have any cards on it. So. All right, Charles, anybody indicating online that they need to be
There
heard?
are no hands.
Make a motion to close public hearing number 2. So seconded by Councilman Olivier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that is also closed. All right, the moment you've been waiting for. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the third public hearing?
Public hearing number 3 on the acquisition of development rights at 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marsden Street, Sag Harbor, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan to include 15 Marsden Street and amend CPF Management Stewardship Plan to include property.
All right, thank you. And we will soon get to the speakers. There's 26 of you who've indicated you want to speak, plus those online. So we may be here for a little bit. Jacqueline Fennon will introduce this. Maybe I'll say a word or two. So what's proposed here is a partnership between Sag Harbor Union Free School District and the town to acquire 4 lots for both school and community athletic purposes. Some of the things that are not in front of us, there's no synthetic turf. The board had said to the school that we were only setting hearing if certain conditions were met, and one of them that it had to be 100% natural. No hybrid. I know I've seen emails about hybrid. That's not what's in front of us. 100% natural. I've seen some emails about stadium lighting. There is no stadium lighting. That was a condition as well. It's all had to be dark sky compliant lighting. There were a number of other conditions too, including community access and things like that, and information on design, parking, renderings, and things like that. So we received what we needed to set the hearing, and here we are today. And I'm going to kick it to Jacqueline Fenelon from our CPF program to take it from there.
Good evening again, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. Yes, so we are here to consider the possible acquisition or development rights purchase for 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marston Street. Right now, the town has made an offer for $6 million currently, understanding that this would be a partnership between the town and the school district to facilitate the acquisition here. With the school intending to put in $2.575 million. So we are, partnering and taking a joint venture with Sag Harbor Union Free School District to purchase these development rights, and we understand that it is to facilitate the construction of a recreational area in the form of athletic fields or fields on the subject property, and including an important point of public access for the community as well. So we did receive the basic information. We received site plan, and I believe H2M will be here tonight to show you the site plan that's been provided by the school district. We also have requested a SWIFT plan, which we have not received to date, but that was something that was important and one of the conditions of the town board as well, that we received that for stormwater management purposes on the subject property.
All right, any questions for Jackie before we go to? We're going to have a presentation, I think, from the school, correct? And I see Superintendent Nichols is here, though I don't know, you're not leading the presentation. All right, so I'll recognize for the purposes of introduction, Jeff Nichols, Superintendent of the Sag Harbor School District.
Good evening, everyone, town board members and supervisors. Schneiderman, before I begin, I just want to thank all of you for your endurance in this process. This has been going on for well over a year, and there's been a lot of communication back and forth, and I'm thankful for the patience that you've showed. So tonight, what I wanted to do was to introduce our architects from H2M to provide an overview of the plan, which really hasn't changed all that much from the very beginning. So even when the school district early on was in discussions with the then Community Preservation Fund program director, I went to the architect and said, what's feasible on this property? And basically there were 2 options. One option was 2 small fields, neither of which was regulation size, and the other option was 1 regulation size field. And after discussions with the board, as it related to use by the school athletic program, we decided to zero in on the 1 regulation size field. So that's pretty much the plan, along with a bathroom station, if you will. No parking on that lot. We tried to position the field as far away from the neighbors as possible and to provide adequate buffering zones so that the impact to the neighbors was minimized. And then the architects will speak a little bit about our desire to the extent possible, fit within the aesthetic that exists in that part of Sag Harbor. And the only other comment I want to make is really relevant to the need of the school district. So if you're not familiar with the Sag Harbor School District, it really is right in the middle of a village, and we don't have a lot of land at all. So we're very lucky that we're able to partner with Massachusetts Park for some of our athletic needs, but a byproduct of that is that we have a lot of middle school kids and high school kids daily going down to Massachusetts Park via Germain Avenue. And Germain Avenue, for those of you who don't know, is a thoroughfare, and it's not an optimum situation. So the opportunity to have land adjacent to the school where our middle school kids and some of our high school kids could practice and play their games is really a home run for the district. So with that, I'll turn it over to Severio.
Can I just see if there's any questions for you
Yeah,
before
sure.
we go? The public access plan,
Mhm.
could you just go into a little detail of when the public at large can use the facility?
Sure, so the current thinking is that the school would use it during the school year, and it would be available to the public during school breaks, during the summer months, and on weekends.
Okay, every weekend throughout the year?
Correct.
All summer and other school breaks?
As
Okay.
correct, in the summer, and that pretty much comes to a little bit over.
And how many parking spaces would be available to the public?
All of the parking spaces in the lot on the south side of the street.
All right,
So in terms of the use, the current thinking is that that parking lot could be used by school staff members, but whenever those fields are available for use by residents of the community, that parking lot would be empty and available for use by them.
And that's approximately 72 spaces?
Correct.
With adequate numbers of handicap spaces?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and also, and I didn't say this earlier, but one of the conditions we put into our memo to you was that if we are to move forward into contract, a condition would be, before we would close on the property, is that the school would secure the necessary funding through the passage of a bond.
Correct.
So you're aware of that too? So
We are. And we also had offered that the plan would be contingent upon the stormwater management plan also being approved by the town
By the
engineer.
town engineer. Yeah, because we don't want to get in the situation where we end up with a property that we own or own in
Mhm.
part, where you can't fulfill the intention of developing a community facility.
Yep, that
And then
makes
we're
good
out
sense.
$6 million, so, okay. All right, as long as that's understood. Any other questions for Superintendent Nichols?
To what extent have you been in contact with the Village of Sag Harbor on this?
So our architect, Severio Belfiore, and the engineers of H2M have had two discussions with the engineer that has been working for several years for the Village of Sag Harbor on their stormwater management plan. And Severio, you can probably talk to that a little bit more in detail than I can at this point, but
Good, because
those-
I know that we had been
Yeah.
in touch in speaking about stormwater runoff. The Village of Sag Harbor does have extensive stormwater runoff catchment basements that they put in a number of years ago that we should definitely put
Yes.
in at this particular point. So, good. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you all are communicating.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Jeff. You want to bring up
Sure.
H2M,
come on up.
Severio?
So the easel's not working, so I guess I volunteer to be the standing easel.
Easel's not working? We were able to do Zoom meetings? You're-
There's not one right there?
Good evening, Supervisor and Town Council members. My name is Severio Belfiore. I'm a,
We have an easel coming.
I don't
Old
know if
school.
ours works either.
Might
but
need an engineer to set it up.
There you go.
we have one. It's been a long day.
Good evening, I'm Severio Belfiore from H2M. I have Kelly Kaplicki with me, a licensed architect, and Matt Molan, the director of our civil engineering team at H2M. Just to follow up a little bit on what Mr. Nichols had talked about, I'll talk a little bit about the proposed development of the 5 lots that we're talking about. They're located at the corner of Marsden and Division Street. The 4 contiguous lots, which are located on the north side of Marsden, which would be developed into the athletic fields, as Mr. Nichols had mentioned, is about 3.35 acres. It's 4 contiguous lots. And there is a 5th lot, which is located on the south side of Marsden, which is about 0.7 acres. So the total site range is about just a little over 4 acres in development. As Mr. Nichols had mentioned, the 4 contiguous lots would be developed into a full-size regulation athletic field. So it would house a full-size soccer field, approximately 60 yards wide by 120 yards long. It would also be able to accommodate field hockey, which was one of the requirements that the school district needed for whatever facility they wanted. It was both soccer and field hockey predominantly. The development also would include a large buffer area along the north side and west side of the property. We're obviously conscious of the residential area that surrounds the property. So there would be a buffer zone that ranges somewhere between 30 feet and 50 feet along that corner, planted with trees and bushes indigenous to the area to provide screening for the residential properties adjacent to the development that we would handle. Also on that property, we would be a small comfort station. That comfort station would house 2 toilet facilities, as well as a small non-cooking concession stand. So for field events or for games, they would be able to offer water to the athletes or to people that would come by and view the games. And the comfort station would obviously include toilet facilities for not only the student athletes, but also on the weekends for when the public is able to use that site. They would have free reign to be able to use those facilities as well. There would be no parking located on that 4 contiguous, or the development of those 4 contiguous lots. There would be no parking. The parking would be strictly limited to the south parcel, which, like I had mentioned before, is approximately 0.7 acres. It would house about 72 parking stalls, as we talked about, with ADA accommodations. Any type of lighting, both on the parking lot as well as on the building lighting, would be dark sky compliant. So obviously, again, being conscious of the surrounding neighborhood and making sure that we did not have any disturbance or minimize any disturbance to the surrounding area as possible. The site does sit in a low spot, so Matt will talk a little bit about the challenges for stormwater prevention and the way in which we'll deal with stormwater, but it is set lower than the surrounding streets. In the one southwest corner, it's approximately there's approximately a 15-foot grade change differential from Division Street down to where the playing surface of the field would be. And as you had mentioned, it is natural grass, which will be the playing surface all around the entire development. But there will be some retaining walls located along Division Avenue, as well as along the west side of the residential side, and a small retaining wall along the south side. Obviously, due to the fact that the site is located lower than the surrounding street levels, we need to be able to accommodate that. So to be able to hold back the earth that's adjacent to those roadways, we would need some retaining walls. We have a rendering, just so you can see.
The retaining walls, I
so-
suspect, will provide a little sound buffering as well.
Yes, correct. So what you would see along Division is this site that you're seeing here. There would be the retaining wall in the field set down lower, which obviously also helps to minimize the impact of what's happening on that field because it is set lower than the surrounding area. We would provide sidewalks around the site as well. There are none right now, but that would be to provide safety for the students as they cross the street. They would be able to walk along the sidewalk to enter into the playing field as well as to enter into the comfort station. We would also identify a dedicated crosswalk to be able to take students from Pearson Middle School, High School, across Division Avenue into that corner of Marsden and Division to be able to provide a safe means for students to be able to access the site through a dedicated crosswalk as well.
On the west side of the property, there's also going to be an inverse retaining wall that you're actually going to have to hold the field up
Yeah,
on
as
the
we
west
get toward-
side because of the backyards of the houses on Marsden are considerably lower than the property, okay,
Correct. So there are two different types of retaining walls, right?
right.
We're
What do you
doing
call
two
that
types
one?
of-
I don't know.
I don't know, would you call it an
It's
inverse
just one,
retaining wall?
just one is higher than the field and one's lower than the field.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Technical
So we-
answer.
We're on the
So-
same page here, but
Yes,
that one
I-
is going to be pretty significant as well, right?
Yes.
5, 6 feet?
Yes, we
And-
did, through the Phase 2 report, we did some borings and did identify that there was some non-indigenous material that had been brought in as fill onto that site.
Yeah.
So we are going to have to manipulate the grades with both cut and fill. Obviously, we can only raise the grades so much to be able to get the stormwater devices or stormwater structures that we need underneath the field, but there still will be a considerable amount of retaining wall, somewhere in the range between 6 to 8 feet that you would see.
Where is that location?
You have it along Division, you have it along the north side of the property, and a small side along the south side.
Which is the spot where the field is higher than the homes?
The west side.
Yeah, as you look at this site, this grade goes down into the center, and then this is the side where it's higher. But we're much lower on the corner of
Jay,
Division
along the
and Marsden.
backyards of all of the houses along Madison,
Correct.
right? Can you see that? I don't know.
Yeah. So those homes are at a lower elevation than the field?
They are.
Yep, correct. Oh,
Okay.
yep.
And is there,
Yeah, right,
There's a-
along
there's a-
here.
Just
right,
the
that
backyards
grade
are, right.
is, these residence properties are lower than this grade here.
okay.
This grade, as you come into this property, this grade is a little slowly down.
Please. So it's not the entire residence. They too slope down toward the field, and in their backyards are the original portions of the Kettle Hole. I'll let you finish your presentation and
Go to
we'll,
this right there.
but since you were on retaining walls, I wanted to bring that
This
up.
helps to show you, right, there's retaining walls along here, retaining wall along here, and a small retaining wall along this side.
Oh, I see. All right.
Okay.
But the backyards, as Councilman Scavone is saying, of those houses over there also slope down to that point?
Correct.
Okay,
Based on the topographic information that we have at this time, yes.
okay.
That's the development of the property.
They
We
are.
didn't have much more to add other than that.
In terms of sound attenuation, other than the retaining walls and some of the trees, is there anything else you're doing?
Well, the buffer that we would create with natural plantings will help to absorb some of the sounds.
No berms or sound walls? or
No,
anything?
the grass field will help to
Okay.
absorb some of the sound, as well as the retaining walls that are
Okay.
around will also help to absorb sound.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions for Severo? In terms of the SWIP, the stormwater, what's the acronym stand for?
Stormwater pollution prevention.
You're speaking to that issue, correct? So, all right.
Yes.
All right, then I'll let you guys speak, but that's one of the biggest issues I've heard from some of the concerned neighbors and residents is that this is like a sump, this property.
Yeah, I mean, Matt will elaborate a little bit more, but we were in contact with the town engineer, and they have talked about some issues that they've been dealing with in that area. It is a low spot in that, so there are not only site characteristics that we'll have to deal with, but there are also surrounding stormwater issues that we'll need to deal with.
Okay.
So it's more of a comprehensive stormwater management plan that we would put into place to not only deal with stormwater that falls on the site, but also whatever surrounding stormwater we need to deal with as part of the development. The SWIP is a single component of that stormwater management plan, but it would be a comprehensive plan to look at all contributing factors to how we deal with the stormwater on that site.
Okay.
So that obviously takes a little bit longer to develop because there's quite a
You
much
have some
engineering.
renderings too? Are you showing those or?
No, we have this rendering here, which was the plan, the rendering which I had showed,
Oh,
which
okay.
was the
So-
retaining wall in the field, and then just a rendering looking from this corner of Marsden, the corner of Marsden Division, looking out onto the property, looking at towards where the comfort station would be located.
Okay.
Okay?
So in your other rendering, can you show me approximately where the property lines are, just so I can see the buffer?
Well,
Not on,
he-
no, not on there, on
Yeah,
your,
I think it's gonna show up.
yeah, never.
yeah, it's gonna be a little bit hard to show up
Yeah,
here.
not really.
Because the property lines extend beyond the buffer, because we've created, like I had mentioned before, somewhere between 30 and 50-foot buffers between the edge of the property line and the clearing area, or the area where we would have a safe runoff from the field, player runoff from the
Okay.
field.
And are those plantings already there, or you plan to add to that, or?
We plan to add to it. Some of the plantings that are there are scrub plantings right now. Some of the trees we've identified as dead and not very healthy. So we would look to supplement that to provide a more dense covering between the playing field and the surrounding residences.
Okay, and the road grade in front of this, are there steps going up to the playing field? Yeah, they're right there.
No, as we get through here, this road starts to go down, so we're level with grade at this point.
So the levels
When you,
can be
yeah,
above.
when you
Okay.
access the pump station across there. Yep.
Thank you.
Do you plan on bringing fill in, additional fill to
Yeah,
prep the site? To,
Yes, we're in the preliminary stages of the design part, so we haven't calculated exactly how much cut and fill we need. There's some geotechnical information that we need to get, as well as a detailed topographic survey of the area. So, but we do anticipate having to bring some fill in as well as some cutting of that property.
and you're aware that this is a kettle hole that was filled in
Yes.
over the years, and
Yes,
you know,
the
I
phase
know there
two-
are people in this room
Yep,
that watched it along with me as it was filled in.
Yeah, the
And
Phase 2
so-
report did indicate that there was non-indigenous soil brought to that site, and so yes, we are well aware of that condition.
Non-indigenous soil, yes.
Yes.
So the plateau that we see in the center of these 4 properties is artificially created.
Yes.
Do you foresee
Yes.
any engineering issues with that?
I don't think we foresee it now, but as we get into the design of it, there may be some issues that we'll have to deal with, but that's part of the comprehensive
Okay,
plan.
and
that
the
we'll be
soil
putting together.
borings that you took?
The soil borings that were taken during the Phase 2 were strictly for identifying soil characteristics and makeup. They were not geotechnical in nature. Those soil borings, once we proceed with the design of this, we'll take more technical borings of that to actually get compressive strengths and strata layers of the soil, so.
Okay, thank you. Did H2M help prepare the estimate that was provided to Southampton Town? Of
Yes, the
cost
estimate that
of-
was initially prepared and presented to the school district was a preliminary estimate based on the development of the property and the parking lot. It did not include any of the outside or peripheral stormwater prevention measures that we may need to take. We've estimated an additional cost to the property for that as well, because at the time, we don't have enough information right now to make a sound judgment on that. So, yes, we've done one cost estimate, but that estimate will see to be increased based on needing to deal with the stormwater.
But
Once-
those estimates will all be clear and
Yes,
and presented to
absolutely.
the board before they come up and before the public gets the bond that they're voting on.
Yes, absolutely.
So what was the initial estimate? It was like,
About $3.6 million was the initial estimate, and
for the field,
we
so it's gonna be obviously higher than that.
higher, we estimate around another $2 to $3 million to deal with, so it'll be closer to $6 million.
So well, guys, you'll have your opportunity to be heard. So, about 6 million total?
Total, correct.
Development costs, okay.
Okay.
And ultimately, it'll be up to the
Well, that
people. If
explains-
we move forward, it'll be up to the people, obviously, of Sag Harbor to decide whether they want to tax themselves for that.
Sure,
Okay. All right, thank you.
sure, thank you. Matt, did you want to add anything else? or-
So, yeah, I'll speak briefly about the stormwater management. You mentioned the SWIP. So the SWIP is a document that addresses site runoff, from the actual development of the property. We recognize that there are outside stormwater management issues where, potential off-site watershed areas contributing to this location. There may need to be additional stormwater management improvements off-site to address those influences. The Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan is a document that we prepare and submit to the village, and, well, actually, in this case, it's the school district. It would be submitted directly to New York State DEC that justifies that we're not increasing the amount of runoff being produced by the property, that we're handling our on-site runoff on-site, and it doesn't negatively impact adjacent properties. That's just for the development. But we do recognize that there are potential off-site influences that we're going to need to address as well. We've spoken briefly with the town engineer. He's identified some issues that he's aware of on the surrounding streets. It's something we do need to look at in a little more depth, but at this point, we have not looked at it in any particular detail.
Our town engineer? The town of
Sorry,
Southampton, or the village of
Village
Southampton?
engineer, I'm sorry, for Cameron. Yes,
So village
my apologies.
No. We have one.
We do.
So have you, at this point, discussed those costs as an addition to the additional costs on top of the original?
We're at a very preliminary stage with the design of this. I mean, we have no topographic survey, we haven't done the geotechnical investigation. All the information we have has been based on some very, basic information about the site and the surrounding area.
Thank you.
The parking area, is it pervious or impervious?
Well, we were looking at asphalt pavement, so it would be impervious.
Impervious with storm drains?
Yes.
Okay. And the sanitary system is one of our conditions. The sanitary system has to be one that removes nitrogen,
Yes.
one of the innovative alternative systems. Okay, is this gonna be a playable field with all the water potentially coming into this?
So,
And I say that not for the school so much because it's an engineering question, okay? So if we're creating this and we're putting $6 million up in public funds to create a community facility, I wanna make sure it's playable. It sounds like there's a lot of water that you need to mitigate, so.
there's a lot of things we still need to look at. I mean, my license is going to be on the line if I put together a set of plans that is not a playable surface. Last thing I want is to be sued. I'm providing you with if I determine that the field can't be built, well, that's going to be identified.
So you haven't yet determined that it can be?
We're at a very preliminary phase. We haven't even done a topographic survey.
Okay, it's just, because, we're spending a lot of time on this. So, engineers can get us to the moon. I'm assuming they can make this a playable field, but I would like to know that you have a reasonable confidence that this can be a playable field.
We don't doubt that it will be able to be engineered to be a playable surface.
Okay.
But that also informs the cost of the tax that you want to levy on people for this bond, and that has to be accurate. So I'm a little confused as to how that's.
But we're not going to pay for that.
The school is, but you're asking residents to fork over for a bond, but if the costs are still unclear, will there be I guess there's a question of the school district, would there be a second bond to support the unknown costs?
You gotta come up to the.
Yeah,
mic.
Jeff, come on up.
So the initial cost that was put forward in the cost estimate was, I believe, 3.7. And in subsequent discussions with Severio, the additional cost for the stormwater management plan could range from 2 to 3. Those are his estimates. So the bond referendum that would be put out to the public in May would be somewhere between $5.7 and $6.7 million. The school district residents authorized through a vote the district permission to access monies in reserve that in combination with your donation would result in the purchase going through. So ultimately, at the end of the day, after the engineering work is completed, we will go out to the public in May, and the bond will be somewhere between $5.7 and $6.7 million.
Okay.
That was one of the goals that we wanted to have in this public hearing, was to be very clear with the public where we're going, how much it's gonna cost, timeline, and what this is going to look like. That's why we put the letter out, the way we did and what we did. So, okay, thank you for clearing that up.
All right.
I
Any
guess.
other questions for anyone from the H2M team? Okay, does
So
that
you
conclude the
gave
initial presentation?
Yeah, I have one specific question on these retaining walls, which I've walked the property many times. 228,000 for the 2 retaining walls. That's your number?
I don't recall if
That is the number?
Yes.
You've looked at both sides and the footings, everything?
Yeah, and as we get more
You gotta
involved,
come to the mic.
You have to go.
Severio, yeah.
and as we get more involved in the design, obviously that number footage may change slightly depending upon what it is, but yes, that's the initial
Okay, I
cost
just-
estimate. Yep,
Had to ask you that.
and that's
All
a
right, thank you.
stamped concrete retaining wall, so it'll look like rough stone, right? So
Nice.
No.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Jeff, can I just ask you a question too on irrigation? I know at one point we had some communication about some irrigation system that could pull water out of the field or add water to the field. Is that something that you're progressing? I forget what it's called. But
It's called Drain Tank. And so one of the, there was a company based out of the Netherlands that presented to the Board of Education. And to sum it up, although I'm not an engineer, the concept is to take rainwater and have it circulated beneath the surface and then dispersed in an efficient way so that you don't need to have irrigation, as well as that drainage providing for greater usability. So typically without a drain tank, without drain tank technology, typical use is about 200 hours a year on a natural grass surface. With the drain tank, and this has been in existence in the Netherlands for some time, it doubles to about 400 hours. So the plan.
So the irrigation is subsurface?
Correct.
And it's reversible, right? It can pull water out or it can add water in.
Yeah, the benefit is it pulls it out. So if you had, for instance, a particularly hard rain the night before, the surface could be used the following day. And then the benefit in terms of its redisbursement is that it's not a typical irrigation system, which is not that efficient because of wind and evaporation and things like that. It's dispersed from underneath the surface to the roots of the grass.
Okay. And it's quiet, the system?
Very quiet.
Okay.
So I am an engineer.
Yeah.
And I've looked into this system and I have a whole bunch of questions which were included in the statement that we had sent to you guys, and maybe offline we could talk with you guys. Where are the tanks going to be as part of this? Because it seems so small and so compressed. Where are the drain tanks going to go? You know, there's a series of pipes that are deep underneath and bubblers and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm just kind of curious as to where all this equipment is going to end up. Is it underground? Is it off-site? Is it?
Well, that would be explained really by the company that we dealt with, Drain Tank, rather than H2M hasn't been in contact with them all that much, but that was the preliminary.
The presentation that I watched, the tanks were underground, Joe.
Yeah.
Typically they are,
Yeah.
but in some cases they're
There is
not.
a-
But
there's
they
a
require
pump that's
pumping,
above-
they require
there's-
power, they
Yeah.
require a lot of things. So I'm just,
Yeah.
it's something that I think it also adds to your cost.
Yeah,
so
we
I
have
think
a
that's- you know,
cost.
I don't want to see people end up thinking that they're going to pay for this and they're going to pay for that. And I think one of the reasons we asked for this information up front was exactly so that we don't have this kind of exchange.
Well-
So we can have a public hearing and we can understand and tell the public what the costs are actually going to be. And I see some movement. So I think it's in your interest to be able to get us that information so we can feel comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, I have other reasons that are different than this regarding the CPF.
Be over, but like maybe 250 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
and the cost, and that was to service 2 fields. This would be 1 field, so the cost was a little less than that.
Okay.
That 250.
Yeah,
So,
but again, the fact that, you know, you're referring me to the manufacturer, you guys, this is all part of this escalating cost that you don't really see until you see it. And I'm a
I
little
don't-
concerned about that.
And I certainly don't want to appear to be disrespectful at all, but again, this is all going to be presented in a vote, and we've given you a range, which is within $1 million, 5.7 to 6.7. We're confident of that.
That's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Okay, so, we're okay to go to the public now? You guys, okay, thank you. You may be seated. All right, so we've got a lot of cards. So we're gonna afford each speaker 3 minutes to make their comments known. We just ask that you be respectful, whether you agree or disagree. Just let the speaker speak, and please don't interrupt, and we'll hopefully be able to move through this as quickly as possible. You don't have to, if it's already been said, you don't have to say it again entirely. Maybe you could shorten it a little bit or say, I agree with that person. That's fine. I don't want to take away your 3 minutes. If you want to use your 3 minutes, go for it. But I also want to be able to get through this and make sure everybody gets heard. All right, so I'm going to take them in the order that we received them. And what I'll do is I'll say the name of the speaker and the person who's on deck so that you can queue up, and that'll save time having to get through your seating aisle. Also, the clerk will let you know when you're down to your last 30 seconds so you can try to wrap up. So we're going to start with Leah Oppenheimer. And then Leah will be followed by Finny Dianora Brandal.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad we could be here. Community Preservation Fund, the community is the really important word. And over the last few months, we've been called the neighbors. We've been called the people resisting development. We've been called a lot of things, but we haven't been called part of the school community, which in fact we are. My children all went to Sag Harbor Elementary School. The last one that graduated from Pearson was class valedictorian. We have invested years of our lives supporting that school. I'm going to say something I said I wouldn't say, but I have picked up so much garbage on Marsden Street, has my husband, that included liquor bottles, beer bottles, foil containers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was PTSA president. I love Pearson School. But Pearson has really disregarded the so-called neighbors. I asked them to wait, to hold community meetings before they went to the vote, before they pursued this, because everybody needed to be involved in the process. This is a small town. You disregard small town members at your peril. There will be so many issues brought up tonight, some which you've already seen. In fact, you guys, by your questions, have demonstrated them well, so I won't repeat them. The historical issue is a big one for all of us that live in the neighborhood. Oh, for the playing fields of Eton, I thought when I saw the retaining walls. When are the guys in the white pants going to come running out to play, going to World War I, right? We don't live in the playing fields of Eton. We live in a small, old fishing town that had a lot of industry and has lots of little worker houses. I don't know. I wouldn't mind living near Eton, but it's not going to happen. We need to preserve character. We need to comply with some of our usual municipal regulations. What's legal for the Board of Ed may not be moral for a small town community that needs to be interdependent. Finally, there has to have been a plan, a complete plan, 24 hours before a public hearing. There was not a complete plan, as you've all very well demonstrated just now. There will also be tremendous destruction of animals and their habitat. I think Finny will address this, but I have to tell you, my granddaughter wrote a little paragraph about this, and she wrote in a note to me, she said, "Grandma, I won't be able to hear the owls at night anymore. We won't be able to go sit on our front porch and watch the bats fly." That is a real loss. Bats are a loss, birds are a loss, trees are a loss. Everything is a loss during a time when our world is developing and deteriorating and changing so critically. I feel offended, really deeply offended and betrayed that the school district did not see a way to talk to us about that in advance. There's so many creative things can be done with that property. Parks, environmental stations, you name it. It doesn't have to be a playing field. Thank you.
All right, so Finn, before you speak, on deck is Catherine Levy.
My name is Finny Dinar Brundell. I am in the 8th grade and live in Sag Harbor. I have a lifelong interest in environmental issues and have been involved in many local projects, including a 2-year-long pond study focusing on the water quality and its macro and microbiology. I'm here to propose that the town purchase the Marsden lots for preservation versus development. According to the Urban Forestry Network, on average, 1 acre of new forest can sequester about 2.5 tons of carbon annually. The Marsden lots on the north side of the street are 4 acres of trees. That would add up to 10 tons of carbon captured per year. I urge you to visit the street during the school pickup time to see just how many cars are idling and releasing CO2 there daily. A typical count would be 11 or more cars. According to the DEC, every gallon of gasoline burned produces more than 20 pounds of greenhouse gases. This green infrastructure is helping to protect the very students we are discussing from this harmful car pollution. According to the short environmental assessment form that was signed on October 17, 2020 for the school, the northern long-eared bat was flagged for potential habitat loss with removal of this forest. This bat was listed as threatened by both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and New York State in 2016 due to population declines caused by white nose syndrome, a disease caused by an invasive fungus that kills affected hibernating bats during the winter months. It also states, due to the northern long-eared bat's potential use of diverse upland forest types and the presence of large trees with loose bark, this species may utilize the Marsden site for foraging and roosting habitat in the summer months. The loss of this habitat will potentially not only affect these bats, but also countless other species which are part of the ecosystem, including white-tailed deer, screech owls, great horned owls, raccoon, opossum, and the eastern spadefoot toad, which has not only been found in this area, but is a New York State species of special concern due to loss of habitat. Why is this district not concerned with the loss of forest and habitat? As a kid, I understand the importance of sports, but we need to think environmentally, especially with climate change, which causes unpredictable weather patterns such as heat waves, drought, superstorms, and flooding. We are a coastal community that needs to be forward-thinking. Ultimately, I would love for this area to be left as a recreational preserve for all to enjoy.
30
this
seconds.
could be a space for students to also study and learn from the environment. There could also be a low-impact nature trail for everyone in the community. Once these lots are turned into a field, we will lose one of the last undeveloped areas in the village. Thank you.
So, Catherine Levy will be followed by Joan Butler.
Well, those two people are hard acts to follow.
Can we
but
get some quiet in the audience, please?
I will try. My name is Catherine Levy. I live at 244 Madison Street, where Madison makes a T-junction with Marsden. It's been clear to me for some time, and tonight made it much clearer, that we absolutely need an environmental impact statement, a comprehensive environmental review that would begin to answer many of the unanswered questions that have been brought up tonight. It seems to me that the school board intentionally used an inadequate review process to circumvent that requirement. This circumvention of New York State environmental laws is something that the Community Preservation Fund in particular should take very seriously. I just want to point out a few important issues about this actually very lovely site on Marsden Street. The more than 4 acres considered for this development currently comprise one of the few areas of undeveloped woodland within the village. The environmental reviews of the property recognize that the woodland is a habitat for threatened species, and Finney recognizes it even better, obviously. The school board acknowledges its development plan will affect 24 properties in the Sag Harbor Residential Historic District. Stormwater collects on these lots and is absorbed over time into the ground, something that will obviously be impacted both by creating the athletic field and the adjacent parking lot. In its initial review, the school board declared that this project was a so-called unlisted action, which does not require significant environmental study. But a non-residential development larger than 2.5 acres and directly affecting other properties in the historic district is automatically a type 1 action, which would normally require a full environmental impact statement. So how did the school board reach this determination? Remarkably, the board only considered the impact of the acquisition of the properties, not the actual development, which includes an athletic field, a comfort station with concession stand and toilets, possibly bleachers, and a large parking lot for 72 cars. That segmentation of the plan is not allowed under New York environmental laws.
30 seconds.
Precisely in order to prevent breaking the review into small, discrete steps, as has been done. How can the town board even consider using community preservation funds to support a project that is being advanced in flagrant disregard of state environmental regulations? This would set a dangerous precedent for the Community Preservation Fund. I urge the board not to vote to
3 minutes.
compromise the fund in this way.
All right, Joan Butler is next. Joan is followed by Mare Dianora.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joan Butler. I live in Sag Harbor. I'm also a member of Friends of Havens Beach, which is a small grassroots collective of members, and our goal is to protect the water quality of Havens Beach, which is a 100-year-old gift that was intended to provide a safe swimming beach for all village residents. As you know, it no longer does, largely because of the amount of unfiltered stormwater now exiting the village at Havens Beach. Thanks to the hard work of village trustee Aidan Cornish, the village has recently received a grant to study the village drainage situation as it pertains to Havens Beach, with a view to remediation. The first step will be the study of drainage throughout the village. How much unfiltered stormwater is now going directly into the waters at the swimming beach? Where does it originate? How might it be diverted? Rain gardens, restored woods, wetlands? The Marsden Street proposal development directly impacts the upcoming stormwater study. Before permission is granted for the Southampton CPF funds to be used to develop the site, we asked that the town insist on the following: a hydrologic study of where the stormwater currently runs into the Marsden Street wooded swale and where it ends up. We suspect that much of it is absorbed right there on the spot, which is of considerable environmental benefit. 2, a hydrologic study of all drainage plans for the proposed development. Where would the stormwater be redirected? Is there any chance it will now end up at good old Havens Beach? The study should be conducted by the school, but reviewed by a disinterested third party engineer. This would be the responsibility of Southampton Town. Without this information, the long-awaited drainage study for Havens would be invalidated. And more important, if the hydrologic data should ultimately show that the school's proposal creates more future environmental problems for Havens Beach and the village,
30 seconds.
then we would hope that the CPF funds will be denied. We'd like to remind all of you, the CPF mandate is to protect natural resources and water quality. Thank you for the time.
All right. Ms. Dianora is followed by Sabina Streeter.
I'm Mayor Gianara, and I live in Sag Harbor. I'm urging the town board to not support this acquisition. New York schools have their own multi-million-dollar budgets and should not be entitled to preservation money for wish lists. The district is currently getting 83% of my property tax money. We already have an over-budgeted acquisition with the Stella Maris project. There is talk of daycare facilities, commercial kitchen, and now a marine biology lab. Where are these projects? There has been a decades-long relationship with 45-acre Mash Park with 5 existing fields and ample parking already. It is a rite of passage for the kids to walk the half mile from the school to the park. We're told the walk is very dangerous, yet there's still no plan for crossing guard or sidewalk improvements requested to the village. There will still be a park contract, we're told, no matter what, so this will need to be dealt with, and the relationship should continue as Mrs. Russell Sage intended. This park benefits the school and the community. There is no need for this field. The BOCES projections for the school population are at a slight decline. There is no giant increase of students. We cannot fill the teams, and more athletic facilities will not increase these numbers. I don't understand how this sloped land on Marsden that is prone to flooding would even be considered as desirable for a flat soccer field. The existing field on the school's property is constantly waterlogged. Why not just remediate this field instead? The community at large is not asking for a new clear-cut field. There is no outcry for an asphalt parking lot in a historic residential neighborhood. These slope lots were filled by the owner. It's our recharge area for the aquifer. When will we find out all of these costs, and where will the water be taken to, and what will be needed to remove this water to create a flat, dry field? Why are we not moving forward, thinking in these times of climate change, and removing most of the trees here, which is the most important element to prevent flooding? There's wetlands right at the end of Grand Street, 1 block away. That pond is home to spring peeper frogs. When they're fully grown, will disperse out to find habitat, such as the Marsden lots. Decaying trees, which are never part of a landscape plan, provide fungi, mosses, and microscopic organisms that are beneficial to many bird species, many of which are in decline.
30 seconds.
The goal of CPF is clearly stated as allowing public use in a manner compatible with the nature character of the lands and to preserve the native and biological diversity. How can we strip these lots of the majority of the nature and honor this code? The school has not provided any alternative use for the parcel, but I'm urging the town to leave these for preservation and a passive park. We can add native plants and let this colonize process resume and let the community watch this project return to its natural state.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have evidence of flooding from the past.
Okay, Sabina is next, followed by Douglas Newby.
Okay. I'm going to read, and it will be under 3 minutes, 2 different statements. One by Claes Brondel, who cannot be here, unfortunately. Please reject the plan for this acquisition. The plan is problematic due to logistics and unrealistic cost of construction. The school is facing many expenses and challenges in order to meet an ever-changing environment, housing shortage and staffing shortages. Our community is already dealing with the effects of climate change, outdated septic tanks, and stormwater runoff. Community preservation funds should be used to protect our natural environment and preserve the character of our community. And this is from Lily Streeter, my daughter, class of 2009. Dear Town Hall representatives, I'm writing today in hopes that you reconsider the choice you've made to destroy local wildlife and forestry in the hopes of spending a lot of money to create something that Pearson High School has absolutely no need for. As a Pearson graduate of the class of 2009, I played both field hockey and softball on the fields at Massachusetts Park. Not only were the fields more than adequate, but the less than 10-minute walk or run to get there became our daily warm-up and was absolutely never an issue. If the walk has become more dangerous in the recent years due to increased traffic and speeding, then that should be addressed by the town anyway, as many other pedestrians use it. In addition, Massachusetts has over 7 fields, and not even all of them are being put to use. I used to play in these woods of Marston's as a child and have grown up watching the amount of natural landscape in our historical town deplete year by year. This is a gross example of overspending and overreach. Pearson has no need for an additional field. I would prefer the money to go to areas that Pearson is severely lacking in: availability of environmental studies, language, arts, and culture programs. Respectfully, Lily Streeter, class of 2009.
All right, hey Doug. All right, so Doug Newby, followed by Gene Connolly.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, ever since the Sag Harbor School Board proposed the Marsden Street purchase, I have been concerned. I've spoken to Board of Education meetings about the speculative use of taxpayer money. The school has repeatedly said that money held in reserve is not taxpayer money. The bonds needed to fund development are not taxpayer money, even though today's taxpayers will have to pay interest and future generations will have to repay the bonds. Those who are familiar with the Marsden Street properties know that they will not be easy to develop. Site maps show there is barely sufficient space to build an athletic field and other infrastructure, even if the site were flat and dry, which it is not. Unknown waste dumped there for years has been covered and may need to be mitigated, as I think N2 have acknowledged. Almost anything, of course, can be done if you spend enough money, but the engineering solutions are likely to be expensive and will be subject to significant uncertainties until a thorough investigation and evaluation is completed. I've seen a so-called cost opinion. I've been in the finance world for 40 years. I've never seen a cost opinion before. That the athletic field one that I saw, I guess, is different from a lot of others, projected that the cost of the field, the comfort stations, and the parking lot for 72 cars will be $3,841,713. The precision of the number is, of course, absurd. There is considerable uncertainty, including the, quotes, known unknowns, such as remediation of waste that may well include lead-acid batteries and other toxic materials. The CPF has rightly said that you want the full cost of development to be bonded. I believe it's the duty of the town board to ensure that the full professionally estimated cost, supported by independent bids, is fully bonded before you proceed. Like many others, I do not think an athletic field and a parking lot is the right use of this land. It is a habitat for threatened and endangered species. It is in the historic district, and the school has a perfectly valid alternative to continue to use Massachusetts Park, which only involves a sport team crossing one more road than it will take to get from the school to Marsden Street. Personally, I believe the property should be preserved with access by both students and the public to learn about the environment and see how a natural stormwater collection system feeds the aquifer upon which we all depend. Many of the young, we've seen it this evening, understand that they are inheriting a challenged world. We should be using these properties to better help them understand those challenges and engage in trying to overcome them.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Unfortunately, contrary to its announced intention to engage the community, the school board's determination to secure an artificial, perhaps I should have deleted that, I apologize, turf athletics field has absorbed all the oxygen and has left no room for the community discussion that we were promised. Thank you.
All right, so Gene Connolly is next, and at bat, William G. Miller.
Gene Conley, 20 William Street, Sag Harbor. My apologies, this is my first public speaking meeting, and I don't do well in public speaking, so hopefully I'll be coherent.
You'll be fine. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schmeiderman and the board for having the meeting. And I live at 20 William Street, and I love this map because I live here. It looks like I need a new roof at the time. But my routine every morning and in the afternoon is I walk out, down, this is my dog, up around, and sorry, Superintendent Nichols, during the pandemic, I sneaked on the backfield with my dog. Up and by the bars and Marsden property and back. I've done that for years, and deer here and deer here, and it's probably the closest I'm ever gonna get to being by natural wildlife. We also own the property at 233 Madison here, and yes, Councilman Schiavone, it is lower on the backside, but that resident is higher than their elevation. But my brother and I, in the 60s, used to sneak, not that it was fenced off, but for my mother, onto the property in search of treasures because it was the old dump. And at the time, there was still the foundations from the old ice houses, just the foundations. And what better treasure for an 8-year-old than old medicine bottles? Hundreds of them. Father John's Medicine, Lowell, Massachusetts. Must have been some opium in this one. So I say that because I've seen the very old Marsden property, wooded, and I've seen the very current situation. And if you look at this map, this is a once-in-a-life opportunity. You'll never see this much space in the incorporated village of Sag Harbor ever again, in my opinion. Unbelievable opportunity. I've also seen the craziness, the organized craziness of the drop-off and parking situation in the morning, very well organized, and the pickup. And the extension at one time of this parking and the reorganization of this parking. And I've also had a friend whose daughter was on the state women's field hockey team that went on to play collegiate hockey at a college level, and then I was teaching down in Virginia. So I just want to say that I get it. I get the need. We're a landlocked school district, high school with nowhere to go. But using our CPF fund money to purchase this and put a field in it, I'm opposed to that.
30 seconds.
I think that we should preserve it and keep it as is or another use involved in the education system. Use my tax dollars not to develop, but to preserve. Boy, am I not doing well here. I won't be running for the town council. But
you're doing great. That was perfect.
So I speak for preservation and against the development. I'm willing to pay school taxes to use something.
3 minutes.
Don't let this opportunity go by. And
We don't drink. Please keep it. It's yours. It's got to sit in the town file.
Quite a few people in Sag Harbor collect bottles. You remember? Yeah, the bottle house. And I worked with a plumber who used to dig bottles on weekends. And
We'll take a photocopy of
story.
it, but you give it back to that gentleman because
it's a reasonably new one.
Need to bring 6.
you can keep it. I've got 100 more in the basement.
Is that right? It's there.
All right. So that was Mr. Miller, right? So Elizabeth is, no, we don't. No, you're Mr. Miller, right? You're Mr. Miller.
I'm Mr. Miller.
All right, and then we have Elizabeth Lessar is on deck. All right. All right, William.
These go together, right? Yes. Okay.
All right. I'd like to thank the board. I'd like to thank Jeff Nichols, Board of Education. I have 3 adult children, and my family and I are still indebted to the school. We have a valedictorian in the family as well. And the department, the athletic department is absolutely crucial to the development of my kids. This morning I went for a ski. I skied amongst the current residents on Marsden right there. Black, white, red, native, immigrant. We're talking about the trees. Black oaks, black cherries, black locusts, black walnuts. You know there are black walnuts in there. It's pretty amazing because they're indicators of rich soils. White oaks, white poplars, one double trunk tree with a circumference of over 10 feet. Red maples, red cedars, scarlet oak, one scarlet oak on the back property line with a circumference of 8 feet 4 inches. Box elders, sycamore maples, Norway maples, Russian olives, script lichens, beard lichens. I could go on. This little developing forest is not nearly as sexy as a Tesla. But unlike this forest, it's Finney, right? As Finney said, unlike this forest, no Tesla will ever pull 1 ounce of carbon out of the atmosphere or keep a bit of carbon from going into the ocean and acidifying it. In fact, it would take dozens and dozens and dozens of Teslas to compensate just for the carbon that would be released by removing the trees that are there right now. 50% dry weight carbon, okay? Turning the soil, building another athletic field. As much as I would like for the school to have unlimited athletic facility, I think that today things are different. I'm here to speak on behalf of our communal legacy. How might the world be different because we came together tonight? What are we going to teach our children about life at this pivotal moment? I think Vinny really touched on all that. What will we do at this time? I have a hat that has me asking a perpetual question. And what it says is, be a good ancestor. I don't know the answer to that, but we could ask the trees about that. Thank you.
All right, Elizabeth Lassar, if I'm saying that right, you are followed by Brian DeSessa.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor and Town Board of Southampton for hosting this hearing tonight. I'm Elizabeth Lazar, the owner of a home on Division Street, close to but not abutting the Marsden lots. When I bought my home in August 2013, the school was there, the buses were there. I'm actually between the school and the buses. I knew about it beforehand. I went into an eyes open, known quantity to me. What is not a known quantity to me are the details and scope of this proposed field project. Will there or won't there be a 17-foot buffered wall facing Division Street? What animal and plant species are being disrupted? These lots were wetlands until the 70s. What will the cost of flood abatement will be? Who will bear this and other ongoing maintenance costs associated with this project? So on and so forth. We've aired these issues already. And why are public funds from the Community Preservation Fund being sought for a school purpose? How will this project impact all Sag Harbor Village resident taxes going forward? There are many missing facts and unsettled issues, so at the very least, I feel this project should be completely paused until we have all complete facts. You and we are brought here tonight to weigh in on a situation that we aren't fully informed of. An additional point I want to make about this project is that in my first-hand experience with school projects since I've been living here, the school can really just change its mind without any accountability. When the bus parking lot next to me was being paved, I was told there would never be lights put up, ever, in it. I have it all in email form, back and forth email dialogue if you'd like to see it. Well, guess what? I went away for a week on vacation, and when I got back, there were these huge, oversized stadium dimension lights, which were way overkill for that size lot. My neighbors can all attest to it as well. This was poor decision-making. No recourse, nothing I could do about it. We asked them to dim it. They wound up dimming the lights. But I think this kind of thing can result in a really bad situation for the neighborhood, especially in a project of this proposed scale. I believe a better use of the Marsden lots would be to preserve them as a nature walk or an ecology-based study area for students and the entire community. Let's teach our kids to value the few open spaces we still have left around us. This is very special. Those of us who have settled roots here did so because of the beautiful neighborhood, the charming nature of the smaller antique homes.
30 seconds.
But not to be surrounded by more noise, traffic, safety issues, worse air quality, and additionally, potentially having our taxes raised to pay for something we don't want or probably need in the first place. I think if this project is moved forward with, you'll wind up with not really getting what you think you're getting. In the end, I think you'll be getting something different. Please turn down the CPF funds for this project. Thank you.
All right, so next up is Brian DeSessa, followed by Lauren Friedman.
Good evening, members of the board, supervisor, board members, Ms. Schirmeyer, Mr. Burke, Ms. Fenlon. I think it's great that we have so many people here tonight to express their opinions. I think the process works, and the process here, what you're being asked to do this evening, is a conditional vote. A conditional vote that, as the supervisor pointed out this morning, if this board moves forward conditionally, it's then up to the residents and the voters of the Sag Harbor School District to determine their future and what they want to see here. I think everyone's bringing up important points that everyone should consider, points that this board should consider, but I think we need to focus on what you're being asked to do tonight, and that's a conditional approval to move this forward. You're not spending money tonight, you're committing money, and you're allowing the residents and the voters of the Sag Harbor School District to determine yes or no on what they see as a project, on if their answers have been, if they've gotten answers to their questions, and if they haven't, and it fails, then your condition goes away. And if it does and it passes, then you're in support of what the residents and voters of that district want. And I think another important fact to focus on this evening is that these are 5 residential development lots. They're not 5 vacant lots. They're not a park preserve. They're buildable in the village of Sag Harbor. You could have 5 homes, 5 septic systems, 5 swimming pools, 5 pool houses, whatever the development and zoning allows for. They're large lots for the village, okay? But I think focus on the conditional approval, and I ask you to push it to the voting residents of the village of Sag Harbor to make that determination as to how taxpayer money in that town, in that parts of the village, in the school district as a whole, wants to be applied. I thank you for your time and your considerations.
All right, so Lauren, you're up next, followed by Grover Pagano.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the town board. My name is Lauren Friedman. I'm a lawyer, and I've been following this process very closely. I think there's 2 main reasons why you should not approve this project. The first is that it's an improper use of the Community Preservation Fund. I wrote an 11-page memo on this, which I've circulated to the town board, and I will just give you copies again tonight, so I won't go into all the reasons. But no one within the community outside of the school seems to want this project. This has been sold from the beginning as a school project so that students don't have to cross the street to go to the soccer field. That is not what the Community Preservation Fund is about. It's about the broader community. I haven't seen any members so far of the broader community here tonight to speak in support of this plan. Okay, so far, well, we are vastly outnumbered. And I think there's a lot of community opposition, and that should be taken into account. The school is not a proper steward of the CPF because it's not a land trust. Now, the relevant code, section 140-6, says that land acquired using the CPF can't be used for projects that degrade the biodiversity of the land when you're talking about an open space. And here, the Marsden lots are woodlands because they provide for natural environment, beauty, they improve the value of neighboring homes, and they cannot be destroyed to create a parking lot and a soccer field. I'm talking.
Excuse me, let the speaker speak.
So one of the things that the town board should consider under section 140-5 is that any resolution of the town board approving an acquisition shall find the acquisition was in the best alternative for the protection of community character of all reasonable alternatives available to the town. Now, in public meetings, however, the superintendent told the public repeatedly that the conversation with the Community Preservation Fund that involved the $6 million was contingent upon the school district basically constructing athletic facilities. And I quote, "I don't think we're at liberty to pivot to some sort of environmental center." When community members repeatedly asked questions about this, and again, he said the answer to whether or not there's any options, the answer to that quote, based on our discussions with the Community Preservation Fund that we've had for several months, is no. So how is it possible that you've considered all the best alternatives if all of the other alternatives have already been shut down? The second issue I'd like to just stress is that this violates the rule of law. And I think Ms. Levy already pointed to this, and I want to echo what she said. But I just want to point out one issue in the negative declaration that the school put forward when it decided not to further study the environmental impacts of this land. The school's negative declaration says that the proposed project does increase the impervious coverage on the site. However, it is expected that the site's stormwater management system will store and treat runoff generated by a 2-inch rainfall event in conformance with New York State stormwater design standards. So that's their negative declaration. But as you've seen here tonight, months after that negative declaration was put forward, there is still no basis for them to have reached that expectation because there's still no stormwater management plan. And when a New York court addressed a similar situation in which an agency was looking to develop a plan and there acknowledged an issue, their traffic and parking, but did not devise a specific solution to that problem, the school had failed to take a hard look at the problems and the potential adverse effects of the project. And that's just one of the many reasons that the school's negative declaration and the analysis that's been conducted to date is inadequate and cannot be the basis for them to even call to the referendum to begin with.
3 minutes.
So in sum, there's so much more I want to say, but I urge the board not to sign off on this project, because if you will, you'll be signing off on a project that violates the New York State environmental laws, that is not in conformity with the spirit or the law of the Community Preservation Fund Town Code. And honestly, it doesn't matter if you want a soccer field or not, Because at the end of the day, when our elected officials do not abide by the rule of law, the entire town pays. The entire town pays in the form of additional litigation, in the form of distrust for elected officials to abide by the codes that have been enacted to ensure an adequate and adequate process for the entire community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Grover Pagano will be followed by John Oppenheimer.
Hi, everybody. I respectfully request that before my 3 minutes start, I introduce myself because we have 3 engineers here that evidently don't understand that there's also houses on the south side of Marston. So when you're talking about buffering on the north and the west side, I'll introduce myself now. My name's Grover Pagano, and I live on Division in Marston on the south side, and I want and respectfully ask for buffering on the south side of Marston as well. My wife and I, Debbie, purchased our home on the corner of Division and Marston in November of 2020. We purchased with the understanding that we were buying in a historic residential neighborhood, and you can't imagine how proud we were. Now, less than 2 years later, I find myself asking the town board to disallow the school from creating a 70-space parking lot in the name of preservation. Since September of this year, since the proposal has been announced, my wife and I have had multiple discussions on moving. This is an absolute nightmare, a bad movie, a parking lot that has nothing to do with athletic fields, nothing to do with preservation, nothing to do with our student athletes or preserving the existing character of our community. The school board's intent is a fast play to manipulate and weaponize CPF funding to create an asphalt parking lot versus use it for its intended purpose of aiding in environmental preservation. Given my wife and I's proximity to the site, the town has a duty of care to us, and giving CPF funding to the school that is then allowed to disavow town and village codes in a residential neighborhood is not appropriate care, and in the process would damage us and our enjoyment of our property significantly. Additionally, the school wants to allow public access to this parking lot only from July 1st, August 20th, and weekends and holidays. But the school is not in session during any of these times. So why is a 70-space parking lot needed when there's over 100 spaces on the campus already? And how can a public parking lot only be necessary when the school says it's necessary? CPF funds typically limit use but enhance the value of property, and therefore the tax base increases. Creating an asphalt parking lot on 3/4 of an acre of land with multiple bordering properties will decrease property value and reduce tax revenue, creating further hidden costs for this very expensive overall proposition.
30 seconds.
Is the school willing to risk their plans for a parking lot? Wouldn't those in favor of sports fields be agreeable to no new parking? Isn't that an item we can all agree on, no new parking? Isn't there plenty of parking already on the other side of the street? Engineer. The school would risk the entire project for a lot with few restrictions.
3 minutes.
Finally, I'll cut it short. Finally, I work with numbers, and I have a saying, there's never a sample size of one. Sadly, I've spoken to several neighbors that are contemplating moving. Our closest neighbor already left. Pride of ownership doesn't come with a parking lot and air horns blowing whatever the school permits. You reap what you sow. And good luck with finding neighbors like the ones my wife and I have met since moving here. They're amazing people. They care deeply, deeply about this community, and good luck with replacing them. Good luck with that. They're irreplaceable.
Thank you, Grover. All right, Dr. Oppenheimer, you're next, followed by Laura Auerbach.
I will be talking about the process to describe how we got to where we are right now. We're here still without answers to the questions we've been asking for months. This is emblematic of the process from the very beginning. Hubris, chutzpah, shameful, outrageous, obfuscation are the words that come to mind to describe the school's behavior from the very beginning. Starting with the outrageous, there was absolutely no community outreach before the bombshell September 6th vote to approve this project. It was a complete blindside for everybody in the community. Hubris, the school board acted invincible, like it was a done deal. The school board dismissed the concerns of the neighboring and wider Sag Harbor communities. Chutzpah, school board, community forums will not be scheduled until after the town board votes. Shameful, the school board policy, school board members are not obligated to answer legitimate questions from community members. Outrageous, the school board refused to consider anything other than athletic fields, but it wasn't always the plan. It started with the public park, it became an athletic field, stated one Southampton town councilman. Chutzpah, school board members stated SHPO approval is a rubber stamp. It's a formality, but SHPO recommendations have yet to be completed. Shameful, the October 17th negative secret declaration was perfunctory and inadequate study. A full environmental impact study needs to be done. November 3rd referendum, 45% were opposed, that's 521 votes. Hubris, the opposition was portrayed by some school board members as grumpy neighbors, but the vote showed wide community opposition. Obfuscation, if the voters actually knew what they were voting on, what would have been the results of the vote? Outrageous, it took public pressure to have the school schedule 2 community forums in December, but the public was not invited to attend in person, only by Zoom. My wife and I went. It was sponsored by the PTA. We had to pay the $10 PTA membership due to go. Now we're PTSA members. But we went to the forum. Chutzpah. The school decided that Sag Harbor Village oversight was not needed. Hubris, chutzpah, outrageous, shameful obfuscation, the grossly inadequate and selective response to the acting CPF
30
Director
seconds.
Fenlon. If the town board doesn't vote against using CPF funds for this project, it will itself become complicit with the school's actions. It's time for the town board and not the school to set the agenda. If the town board is not going to stand up and vote no, then at the very least, schedule another public hearing, but only after the school gives us all the details that we've been asking for. Finally, the plans for the property started as a public park. It then changed to an athletic field and parking lot. If the school cannot go beyond this idea, then find another partner, one that is committed to transforming one of the last open spaces in Sag Harbor into a haven where our kids can learn and where our whole community can enjoy. Thank you.
All right, Laura Auerbach, followed by Peter Ginna. Go ahead, Laura.
Hello, members of the board. My name's Laura Auerbach, and I'm a member of the community of Sag Harbor, the entire community, not just my neighborhood, not just those who border Marsden who are directly affected, but we as a community. And I've raised 3 children in this community. 2 of them are athletes. 1 of them is a soccer player. I myself played soccer in college. So I have a lot of respect for athletes. I, however, think this is the most inappropriate place to put a soccer field. I was an architect for 20 years and an urban designer. I've done a fair amount of urban design around the country, and there's one topic that hasn't been talked about yet that I want to discuss, although I do want to mention that I agree with all the issues that have been brought up. But if you look at this map here, you see a certain what we call fabric in urban design, and it's about density. It's the density of a house to its property. And we have zoning laws about that, and we have planning laws, and we have ARB. But once the school acquires, if the school, which I strongly hope does not happen, acquires this land, they will no longer have to listen to the village zoning rules or laws. They will be above the law, essentially. And this is also not only is this a density of a small village, but this is the historic district. And in the historic district, we have specific, incredibly constraining rules about how we build and what we build. And again, it's about density, and it's the proportion of the built house to the open space. And this open lot here, is like having a park in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And if you were to put a big flat field here, it would contradict and be inappropriate to any sense of urban design. And I would advocate that the village needs to actually hire an urban designer to do a strategic plan for all of the village. We've done this a little bit for the waterfront, but it's piecemeal. And one can't look at a village in these piecemeal kind of ways. It needs to be looked at holistically.
30 seconds.
And so before we give permission to the school and to use CPF funds, which I also just want to reiterate is completely inappropriate use of those funds, to purchase this land, it needs further study. And so I would really argue and plead that there's further discussion before you were to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
All right, Peter, you're next, followed by Rob Calvert.
Hi, I'm Peter Ganay. I'm a member of the board of Save Sag Harbor. I'm also a resident. I live on Division Street, a couple blocks from Pearson. I was myself a student at Pearson, and I was going to say that I used to walk the distance from the school down to Massachusetts Park for athletics without incident. But then I remembered there was that time that Andy Pateros jumped out of the bushes in Oakland Cemetery and ambushed me because of something I said at recess. I think the fight was more or less of a draw, but other than that, I made it safely to Massachusetts every day. Save Sag Harbor has already written to you to express our concerns about this potential use of CPF money, and I want to just echo what Ms. Auerbach just said. The school district has stated, and some people in the village believe, that because it's under the authority of the state education department, its development of these properties is not subject to review by the town of Southampton or the village of Sag Harbor. If that were true, it would be highly inappropriate for the town to bestow community preservation funds on an entity that proclaims its freedom to ignore the concerns of the community. Those concerns and values regarding land use in Southampton Town and Sag Harbor are expressed in their respective zoning codes and building regulations, which include in our village the requirement for projects to be approved by the Board of Historic Preservation and Architectural Review, aka the ARB. The ARB brings special scrutiny to any changes proposed in Sag Harbor's National Historic District. Marsden Street lies squarely in that district in a quiet residential neighborhood that includes many historic houses. Over the last few years, our ARB has spent much time and effort reviewing and rejecting the current owner's development plans on those same Marsden Street lots for houses that were out of scale with the neighborhood. Now the school district proposes a much more radical transformation of the site, raising 4 acres of trees to squeeze an athletic field, a parking lot, massive retaining wall, and other structures on this currently quiet street. But our planning, zoning, and architectural review boards will have no say in this. We hope you will see the serious problems with committing CPF funds to a purchase that will vanish from local government's jurisdiction and take a 4-acre bite out of our historic district. The board has already laid out several very sensible conditions the school district would have to meet to qualify for the use of CPF funds and receive public input. If this purchase is to go forward, One more critical condition must be that the local community, via its established regulatory bodies, have oversight on how the property is developed. Thank you.
All right, hold on one second, Robert. All right, so Robert Calvert is next, followed by Robert Weinstein.
Mr. Snodeman, board members, I'm Rob Calvert, Sag Harbor. Thank you for holding this hearing. This all began with the idea of creating a park for people. To do so, the preservation program wanted a partner, a reliable partner. Well, we're now months into seeing what kind of park we would get and what kind of partner wants to build it. You have seen the architect's drawings and budget. It is an oversized plan that will destroy what we hope to preserve at an inordinate price, financial and otherwise. I am not sure what is more troublesome, what they tell you or what they can't. The more the district is able to reveal, the less acceptable is their scheme. They tell you the district is agreeable to most of the terms, and yet they have yet to establish that backup. They do say that after the purchase, no one, not the town, not the village, no one can tell them what to do except state DOE. Why? Why would the town do a deal with such notable and controversial flaws? Why, when it sees the resistance to disclose and comply with town expectations? When it knows the limits placed on it and those of Sag Harbor to review and verify documents and construction to come? No, Marston should not be made a park created by the district on behalf of CPF. Though these months have been excruciatingly difficult, they should not be used or regarded as a failure or an embarrassment. Marsden is worthy of protecting. The program should maintain a commitment to securing the property, bank it,
30
challenge
seconds.
and inspire us to do better. Help us to create a lasting set of solutions and improvements for our natural and human resources. Thank you.
Okay, Robert Weinstein is next, followed by Karen Aragoni.
Yeah, Bob Weinstein, 20 Jefferson Street in Sag Harbor. I'll be the first person to say that I don't really have too much to add because everybody, I think, gave really compelling and strong arguments as to why this is just a really bad idea. One thing I would like, and Finney in particular, I think, if I could be as eloquent as he is, that would be a really nice thing. One thing I would ask everybody who's in the position to make a decision on this, though, is something that Grover mentioned. Imagine, it's a village-wide problem. It's not just those people abutting Marsden Street and living on Division Street, et cetera, in Madison. But imagine each one of you, if it were you, if you had bought a home 20 or 30 years ago, raised a family, thought you're going to live there for the rest of your life, and suddenly there was, this development that's being proposed, that there's a retaining wall, that there's a concession stand, that there's bathrooms, that there's light, that there's all of these things. I mean, it's not what any of us moved to Sag Harbor and established ourselves in Sag Harbor to face. And I'm not an abutting neighbor. I'm just a busybody. But I think we all care deeply about the village. And I think what makes the village so great is that we also care about each other. So please put yourselves in their shoes And imagine yourself living next to this. Something to think about.
All right, Karen, you're next, followed by Bob DeLuca.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. I'm Karen Aragoni from Sag Harbor. I'm also a licensed architect in the state of New York with some knowledge of construction means and construction costs on the east end of Long Island. I want to talk about costs because I believe that the cost information submitted by the district is in no way reliable, and I would point to the district's own recent history with cost estimates. The last number of, I'll say for one that I'm aware of large capital improvement projects have been cut in half because of erroneous tax estimates, erroneous cost estimates. What was described as a badly needed roof replacement project will have to be changed into a roof recoating project, which is a really expensive short-term fix. That's because the lowest competitive bid came in orders of magnitude over H2M's cost estimate. A project that wasn't H2M's, but the Stella Maris School, many voters in Sag Harbor voted for that with the understanding that there would be a commercial kitchen for meals for the school, which was needed. And that never came to fruition because of an erroneous cost estimate. Same thing with the fresh air ventilation project. I think that also, it's going to need to be rebid because there was no bid that corresponded to the cost estimate. The other thing that's important, if you have cost information in front of you, and I would urge you to speak with a certified construction cost estimator, who is the third party. And it's just important if you're looking at a cost estimate and you're looking at a plan, that the estimate corresponds to the plan. If the estimate says that a retaining wall is 6 feet high, and then you look at a plan and you see something that's obviously 15 to 18 feet high, and keep in mind, any retaining wall needs 42 inches above the earth on the high side in order to prevent, for instance, on Division Street, somebody falling off the newly created cliff.
30 seconds.
So I had a lot more that I wanted to say, but it's as has been said, the stormwater management plan really needs to be developed. The district has, the district's architect has recommended a Coltec type system, which is a large subterranean system. And in other reporting, the district's architect has recommended that none of the existing 20 feet deep of contaminated imported foreign fill should be disturbed because of the expensive cost of remediating and dumping that fill, that mercury and lead and DDT containing fill that exist in substantial amounts on the site. I have a lot more to say, but I'm out of time.
What is it? What were we just quoting from with the?
Yeah, well,
the mercury, lead.
The phase 2 environmental assessment. So there were 20 core samples taken, and heavy metals and DDTs, lead, mercury, acetone, and a whole lot of fertilizer. And then there was also construction debris, metal that was not big enough to be underground storage tanks, but was assumed to be from the demolition of the controversial dumping that had been done in the 70s. And there's great number of articles from the 1970s about the controversy that this current owner of one generation removed, created this dump, basically.
All right, thank you. Hold on, Bob. All right, Bob DeLuca, followed by Kevin Doller.
Good evening, Supervisor Schneiderman, members of the Town Board. My name is Bob DeLuca.
and I serve as president of Group for the East End. For the record, the group represents the conservation and community planning interests of several thousand member households across the 5 East End towns, including several members in the immediate vicinity of this proposal. I'm going to try to consolidate, because a lot of things have already been said. Let me first just stipulate that what you've heard from the community is very much in line with our thinking on this project, and we ask you to, to tap the brakes here and take a look at what's going on. If you go back to August of 1998, and I was there, this town board adopted a community preservation fund for this town. It's like a decade in the making. It's proven to be probably the most significant and valuable environmental program that we have ever done around here. And it's been that way because of the strict adherence to the goals and guidelines of that program. Now, when that law was being developed, one of the issues that was very significant was the creation of an advisory board which would serve as a conscience for the CPF. All of you in elected office know that when there's a pot of money, there's all kinds of people looking for it all the time, and it helps to have folks helping you to figure out what you really should be spending your money on. That board of 7 or 10 people, including Nature Conservancy, Peconic Land Trust, land use experts, and that was the requirement. You picked them, you put them there. They looked at this project in November of 2022. November 30th, they sent you a letter, and I'll just share with you a couple of things that they had to say. This is from the letter itself from the chairman. The advisory board discussed this project at length and has serious misgivings about the proposal. The proposed use is out of character with the purpose of the property and the natural constraints of the site, and thus an inappropriate use. The proposed development intensity and the full utilization of the site for a specific school amenity is an unjustified use of the CPF fund. Any CPF purchase must provide adequate public access commensurate with the town's purchase for all town residents. The property is surrounded by historic homes in a historic district, and I, the chairman, don't know how a modern athletic field can ever properly fit into this unique Sag Harbor setting. The purchase contract seems to have values and other considerations heavily tilted in the school's favor. For all these reasons, the advisory board feels that the use of CPF funds for this project, as we understand it in this location and setting, and with the proposed improvements in intensity, is out of scale and wholly an unjustified use of the fund. The present project should not be approved, and the alternative option as a passive park for land should be pursued. And that was signed by Robert Arnig, the chairman of the CPF committee, who's been there, I think, for about a dozen years. That pretty much sums it up. Those are the folks that you rely on. Obviously, the community has concerns. I'm an environmental guy. I'm going to come in here and complain about whacking up 4 acres of forest. But those are the folks that you put there to give you some advice, and they think it's a bad idea. Now, the second part of this goes to the SEQR review. Your resolution requires a SEQR decision. This is a type 1 action. 61749 is the provision of the SEQR regs that tell you that the 10-acre threshold moves down to 2.5 acres when you're in a historic preservation district. The neg deck done by the school was wrong. It wasn't coordinated with you, so you all still have to do SEQR. That's just a fact. So the idea that you would run along, do this, approve it, wait for a couple of months out from now there to be some kind of a referendum in the village. How do you? I mean, after listening to the presentation by the consultants, and I asked this rhetorically, do any of you have an idea what's going on with this thing, and how much it's going to cost, and where the walls are, and how big it is?
30 seconds.
That's the issue that's going to land on you when this is done, because I'll say this in the end. Years ago, Joe Janoski, who was the supervisor of the town of Riverhead, who I don't always see eye to eye with, said to me, Bob, it's easier to get into bed with a polar bear than it is to get out. And I ask you going forward to just keep that in mind, because all of this will eventually be owned by you. It just goes that way. You're in charge. You're the town, and I pray that you listen to your advisory committee and do what's in the best interest of this community and the CPF. Thank you very much.
All right, Kevin Deller?
Deller, yes.
And then Kevin is followed by Heidi Lee Komarami? I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. I'm close? Yes. Oh, good. Go ahead.
As mentioned, my name is Kevin Daler. I'm a parent of 2 sons. I coach Little League youth basketball in the past and flag football. And I've been respectfully listening to all of the comments that have been made about the environment, about the numbers. I'm a financial advisor by trade. The questions that need to be answered yet before decisions to be made. But I wanted to present another viewpoint, which we haven't heard yet, and something that I'd just like you to consider as we move along in this process. It's no secret that there's a rise in anxiety and depression in our society and our community, and it's currently experienced by children and young adults. Times are different. We all talk about how we grew up. We talk about, we played sports. I'm a former ex-athlete, wiffle ball, kickball, dodgeball. We played a lot of things years ago, okay? Times have changed a little bit, and we have to evolve. We have to consider what's going on in our society with our children today. They're different. The challenge of getting kids away from their devices and playing outside is very real, and parents of school-age children experience this every day. And although this purchase of this property is not a cure-all, again, after all of the information is sorted out, it's not a cure-all for the rise in these issues, but it would be a tremendous benefit to the children and our community and create more opportunity for them to enjoy activities, physical activities, in outdoor space. We speak of historical preservation, and our children and their well-being are the bedrock of our town and our community that we all live in and that we share and that we want to do better in. And when we talk about numbers, we talk about investing, and the numbers that are large. There's no question that these are large. But when we determine what the figures are, what should we be investing in?
30 seconds.
In my opinion, we should be investing in the well-being of our children. Okay, and this decision will affect generations of kids. Thank you.
Okay, Heidi, you are next, followed by Beth Greger.
Good evening, Mr. Schneiderman and the rest of the board. My name is Heidi Lee Komarami, and I am a full-time resident at Sag Harbor, and my son attends the elementary school. I think the Marsden Athletic Fields would be an absolutely wonderful use of CPF funds for open, safe space for our children, not to mention the community at large. I would not mind increasing my already low taxes to improve our community. Let's remember, if necessary, let's remember it's not public land to be protected. I understand there are 440 students at the elementary school, 535 students at Pearson High School, plus all the parents, faculty, and community members. Literally thousands of people in this town who would benefit from the positive physical, psychological, and emotional effects of being outdoors in a safe space, breathing clean air, and building community spirit. There is so little immediate open space for the kids, and it would really enrich not just our lives, but all families and visitors. Excuse me. The benefits of being outdoors, getting fresh air, and physical movement is widely known and proven, so the fields would have a positive and lasting impact. And it's directly across the street from Sag Harbor Pearson High School, so it makes perfect sense to move forward with the field. I am so grateful that the town is getting involved in such an important use of the land and CPF funds. So it's not just sold off to developers. To me, this is a no-brainer and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Children are the future of Sag Harbor. If we don't purchase this land with the help of CPF, the owners will likely sell to a developer and level the land anyway and set up McMansions. We need to work together to build a healthier place for our families for generations to come, and ignore the handful of self-interested naysayers who are putting up obstacles and distracting us from what's really important. If you don't like children and all that comes with it, don't live next to a school and complain. I implore everyone, don't take the ball away from the kid. Support the children of Sag Harbor. I urge the board to vote for the fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess, so I have Beth next.
Yeah.
She not here?
Stage fright.
Oh, yeah?
Ben.
All right, so we're going, all right, so we're going to Ben Gerger?
Ben, you're up, Ben. Good evening, guys. Let me start by saying I came here actually disappointed that you guys were eliminating a turf field. So I'm way off the mark here. I've heard this place called, it's gone from a park, a forest, to a Superfund site by the sounds of things. If it's got to be a field, that sounds about like the best option possible. If it's not, it's going to be 5 houses. You know, we can talk about saving and this, that, and the other thing. It's going to be 5 houses. I don't believe the CPF is going to buy this to leave it a scrub oak lot that it is. 4 of them, 3 of them, whatever it is. It's not going to happen, right? We live on Earth. What's going to happen is there's going to be 5 houses built. It's either 5 houses or an athletic field. Me personally, they talk about CPF funds. The driving range, they built that mini golf. I was getting on my turf, right? I want fake turf, right? We've talked about irrigation. The engineer there is worried about the irrigation and the drainage. Simple thing, turf. You know, you can play the next day. You don't have to worry about your drainage after the fact. This, like I said, the CPF, right? We used it on Southampton driving range, right? Was that money used there? Right? We've heard a lot about, you can't use it, right? We've all been past Southampton driving range. Does that look like a farm field? Does that look like what you stated CPF is supposed to be used for? No. So the precedent's been set, all right? The kids of Sag Harbor, I graduated East Hampton in 1997. I never thought I'd care about Sag Harbor athletics, right? Didn't mean much to me. Obviously, that's changed. It's not just my kids. I hope my kids are fortunate enough to stay around here, right? We've heard people buying houses in 2020. These people are a dime a dozen. I'm born and raised here, all right? Thank you.
All right, Carrie Perry is next, followed by Megan Toy, I think.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I feel like maybe I should put on a bulletproof vest in this crowd. And I'll try to make it through this actually, because I'm a little bit saddened after hearing so many of the things that have been said here tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of my children. They're twins. They're 6th graders at Pearson. They are the president and vice president of the 6th grade class, straight A honor roll students, and multi-sport all-star athletes. Tonight they had practices for dance, piano, and basketball. So I'm not a single-minded athletic supporter. I have 2 Ivy League degrees, one of which happens to be in environmental science and public policy, and one of which happens to be in law. And I've been practicing law for 20 years. And the things that I've heard tonight and the conviction with what I've heard them said are astounding to me. And I would, if I had time, I would take issue with so many of them, but I know that's not what we're here to do. I'm here speaking on behalf of my kids, myself, and the many other people in our community who voted in favor of this purchase already, who couldn't be here tonight because of homework, driving to practices, inability to get babysitters. They're working parents trying to do the best they can for their kids. And we chose this community because we want it to be a place where we can get the best for our kids, whether it's in athletics, in academics, in environmental and science studies, music opportunities, dance opportunities, all of it. I want it all, and I think we can have it all. And instead of hearing anybody here tonight talk about how can we address the needs that you see for your kids, right? The lack of athletic support that you feel your kids have. All I see is one thing after another. No, we can't do this because it's turf. Turf gets taken off the field. No, we can't do it because of this. It's not starting from a place of what can we do for our kids. It's starting from a place of, no, okay, you solve this problem, we go to the next thing. No, no, no. It's like a whack-a-mole game. We'll just keep hitting things, or whatever you do, whatever you say, whatever you come up with, we'll find a way to knock it down. And that saddens me, and it saddens me for the future of our community. I think several people have touched on it here tonight. Preservation is the middle word of this sentence. Community Preservation Fund.
30 seconds.
What are we preserving this community for? Who? The people maybe who are attending the school who would benefit from all of this? For us? We're not going to be here forever. The deer? Does anybody here think we need more deer, by the way? Because I'm not sure I do. I've seen enough and come close to hitting enough to be done with those. I think that the Community Preservation Fund is for our kids. My kids would be here speaking up. Like I said, I'm an environmental science and public policy major. I went to school to study this.
3 minutes.
And I completely appreciate all of your views, but just out of curiosity, did anybody here tonight take public transportation who's concerned about the environment? Did anyone carpool? Okay, well, that's good. I applaud that. But it's honestly, it's surprisingly few, and unfortunately, we only hear these things when we're trying to accomplish something else. So I apologize for getting all riled up, but I think, as you can all tell, I feel very strongly about this, and I know there are many other people who, unfortunately, like I said, had kids who couldn't be here tonight. So thank you.
All right, Megan, you are next, followed by Emily Toy.
Hi, I'm Megan Toy. I live directly across from the high school at 199 Germain. Mr. Nichols was my principal. I think I was only in your office once, so, but I've come a long way also. I was an athlete. I played softball. I played field hockey. We carried our heavy bags from the school to the park. You know, I learned a lot about the history of Sag Harbor by being lucky enough to be in Mrs. Dearman's 3rd grade class. She would dress up as Mrs. Russell Sage and taught us all about how she is the reason that we have Pearson High School, and she is the reason why we have Mashhashemuit Park. And if you look at like the Village of Sag Harbor website and the Mashhashemuit Park website, it shows that she was acting in favor of the needy. I'm 30 years old. I don't have children yet, but I think my voice is still valid. I aspire to live in Sag Harbor. I grew up here in the house that my mother grew up in. She is now buried in a cemetery in Sag Harbor, and I would like to stay, and I feel like I have the right to stay in this village. And a lot of people who are, you know, say that the naysayers are naysayers and they should just be quiet, they don't like kids. That's not true. And, you know, I've heard that, you know, why don't you just move away already? And I deserve to be here just as much as anyone else. And it's funny what Mr. Guinea said, because I was thinking about all the memories I have of walking from the school to the park, and the friends that I have still today who live in other states because they can't afford to live here. And I went to college, and, you know, people would tell me like, oh, like you didn't have football at your school? It's like, no, my school is too small. You didn't have, yeah, you could go to East Hampton, which is perfect. You know, why not? Collaborate.
30 seconds.
You know, oh, you didn't play your sports games right on the school campus? No, our village is so small that we could walk to the park and collaborate with the park. Oh, how cool that is. That's so cool. You know, I feel special to have grown up this way. I feel special. I'm happy that, you know, we're in an environmentally forward place, that, you know, a lot of people are against the turf, and
3 minutes.
I I feel every day like people are just hoping that I leave. And I'm just Marsden Street, you know, it used to be a dump. My uncle said that that's where all the kids after school would go to have their fights. And that's not what I want to happen at this place. And I don't think that houses are in a rush to be built there. And I know that that's what a lot of people have to say. But it is over a kettle hole. And any houses that are going to be built there, they're going to have issues.
Okay, that's a little tricky. All right, Emily, you are next. Emily, you are followed by Chris Tice.
Hi, I'm Emily Toy. We're getting a twofer here. I also just recently moved back to 199 Germain Avenue, so I'm on the other side of the Marsden property. And I honestly think that it's going to be more problems than it's worth. I think that it's going to be more garbage, more traffic, more light, more noise. I appreciate that Mr. Nichols, Sandy Cool, the school board, I really do think they have the best interests of the kids in mind. And I know the parents are supporting that, and I know we all want it for the kids, but I think what my sister was trying to say is that it's not gonna matter if no one can really afford to live here anymore, which is a separate issue. But I really think that CPF money could be used in a better, broader situation, and thank you for your time.
All right, Chris, you are followed by Ray Pepe.
Thank you, Town Council members and Town Supervisor, Mr. Schneiderman, for holding this forum. It's great. I think it's great to see so many people here with different opinions, because that's the community we live in, and that's the community we want to be in. And I hope we can, in it with open hearts, welcome listening to each other, because this has been a little unsettling to hear boos from an audience when this is supposed to be us listening to each other and presenting different opinions. So I would ask for the rest of the meeting, maybe we can be supportive of the democratic process. I have been a longtime resident, first part-time, then full-time in Sag Harbor. I have 3 daughters who graduated from Pearson. In fact, one it's been recently graduated a few years ago and is an NCAA athlete for her college team. I have spent many cold falls and springs in Massachusetts Park. I'm very aware of what our needs are as a district, because I go to meetings and I watch. There was a needs assessment done about if this land became available, what does the district need most? And after the needs assessment, that's where this idea came from. So it wasn't that the athletic director just said, give me more, or the idea was pulled out of a hat. Most East End districts, including East Hampton, Southampton, Hampton Bays, West Hampton, even small Bridgehampton, have multiple athletic fields. We have one, and we have an enormous high percentage of students that play sports. Not because they're going to be professional athletes or go to college, but because it is really good for them, and research shows how critically important these kinds of activities are to keep our children healthy. We have one field. It is land confined, virtually landlocked by its original footprint. The school opened over 100 years ago, before any of us, I think, any of us lived in the community, and before many of the homes were built. There are many times when athletic events cannot be held in our district because we run out of fields. It's not as if we have more fields than we need. We have less fields, and that analysis has been done and presented multiple times to the public. In terms of walking to the park, I weighed my daughter's backpack when she was walking to the park of over 20 pounds. She had to go to a chiropractor, 3-season athlete chiropractor, because she had to carry that. So the idea that it's an easy skip for people is not necessarily the case. I just want to clear that up. In terms of the arts and culture, I also want to give a shout out. I think the district has great programs there. There was a public forum on the drainage program. It was available not just in person, but Zoom. It's also recorded and available on the district website. 30 So if you seconds. want to see that, you can. So in summary, I encourage Southampton Town Board to listen to the Sag Harbor voters. The majority of voters told you they want this field. They want it for their own students, and they want it for the community. And I don't speak on behalf of being a parent, although I had tons of parents ask me to speak. I also had non-parents. Well, my dad's a parent, but not a current parent of a school child.
3
My
minutes.
91-year-old father wants this. So there's plenty of school parents and community members in general who want this, who can't be here. And the voters told you the majority of the community wants this. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chris. All right, Ray Pepe is next, followed by, I think it's Chance Pryor.
Hi, my name is Raymond Pepe. I am the president of Building Conservation Associates, which is a consulting firm. It specializes in the preservation of cultural resources around the country, around the world, actually. I've been a resident in the village for over 20 years, and I'm very concerned about this project. I don't think it should happen. By the way, I love sports. I've coached my son's team for many years. I love the idea of what the school is doing. I just don't like this project, and I'm going to tell you why. Sag Harbor is one of the most significant historic districts in the country, and radically altering roughly 5 acres all at once will have profound, irreversible consequences. First off, I'd like to say that before spending $9 million on a piece of property, I would, if I were in a position of buying it, ask the current owner to remove the toxic material that's in the property. Now, the consultants have determined that it's below a certain threshold, so it's only a little bit toxic. But we know in Sag Harbor what happens. Everything comes to the surface, like that bottle. The site that we're talking about is within the National Register District and Sag Harbor Historic District. I'm going to leave this with you guys, but it shows the development, and it shows the roughly 33 historic homes that are in these arrows that surround the site that are going to be adversely impacted by this development in very specific ways. Quoting from the National Register nomination report, which is very good, and if you haven't read it, you should read it. Sag Harbor was originally a region of hills, marshes, ponds, and bodies of water. The potential town-sponsored destruction of what little remains of the original ecological stasis of Sag Harbor Village to create more sports fields would be a great loss. The Marsden Street lots represent the remaining ecology that settlers found when colonizing the area. This is a nuanced fact that is central to the interpretation of the historic district and must be considered in all its implications. We may not be able to prevent a private development, but any public action should look to a larger, enlightened vision.
30 seconds.
The development violates the Secretary of Interior standards in a number of ways in terms of the setting and construction proximity, and there are very specific impacts adversely affecting the historic district. The school is not in active consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office, and the SHPO expressed concerns regarding both architectural and archaeological resources, issues that have not been addressed by the school. And I have, and I'll leave this with you if you haven't seen it, these are letters that were issued by the State Historic Preservation Office to the school, which the school didn't provide to us. We had to foil this information in order to obtain it. So the community has had to really fight to get information.
3
But I'll leave
minutes.
this with you in case you haven't seen it. Lastly, this project requires an environmental impact statement for the reasons that others have already cited. Thank you.
All right, Chance, you're up, followed by Dawn Smith.
Thanks for holding this meeting tonight. I grew up in Sag Harbor with my family. My parents bought that house in 1986, by the way. So, you know, we're not all newcomers here. I went to sports camp every summer out there in Mashamet Park, where I played soccer, tennis, baseball, kickball. I walked there every day without incident to play in the playgrounds and parks there with my family and my friends. Mrs. Russell Sage secured the parklands over 100 years ago for, quote, the mental and physical development and improvement of children and young people as a means for equipping them for good citizenship, the providing of opportunities for wholesome recreation. So if that's not the purpose of that park there and we're not using it to that degree, then we need to rethink what we're doing here. In 1913, Pearson High School students pitched in 10 cents each to build the flagpole that still stands there today. So there's a long relationship and history between Pearson students and Mashashamet that those sports fields there run deep and should be valued and built upon and not disregarded. And I just wonder what Mrs. Russell Sage would say today if she saw this half-baked proposal put before us tonight. I mean, you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm no architect, I'm no engineer, but we can all see that it has holes left and right. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's an absurd use of funds. And let's be real, if kids want to play, they're going to go walk to the playground, the tennis courts, the soccer fields, the baseball diamond, the handball court, and the basketball courts over at Mashashamet, not the sloping sports field next to the ugly parking lot. We're destroying a natural environment and surrounding neighborhood to build a sports field for the boys soccer team, the girls soccer team, and the field hockey team, so we're wasting money for 75 some odd students to play fall sports. It's an absurd use of funds. We all see how this village is changing, so let's make a statement tonight by not approving this plan put forth before us. Let's use those funds to build a park or an outdoor classroom for students like Finn, who are... Students like him. I didn't say him. Relax. Yeah, you guys are so uppity about what we're saying, yet you're quick to jump on me. Like, relax. Let's use those funds to build a park or an outdoor classroom for the students who are in need of that outdoor space and want very much so to interact with it. There's a clear need for that. The word preservation in the Community Preservation Fund should be about preserving the land in the community and not destroying it.
Thank you. Dawn, you are next, followed by Kristen O'Neill.
Okay. First of all, I disagree with Mr. DeSessa, Brian DeSessa. I don't think you're here only for conditional approval. I respectfully disagree because I don't think the conditions are set to approve. Mr. Schneiderman, when you were at the community forum, you were challenged by why it was taking the town so long. And you said, because the school, when you were first approached, the school talked about creating a community park. But there's a whole different impression of what that has meant. Those were your words. So I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about those different impressions, in particular the parking lot. I share a property line with the parking lot, and according to this draft, the spaces are 2 feet, 24 inches from my property line, and less than 5 feet from all the surrounding perimeter properties. 24 inches with dark skylights, which has no oversight by the village or the town. All those properties look down upon the parking lot, all those surrounding parking properties, so the lighting will go into people's bedrooms and kitchens and bathrooms, who knows? And also there are precious trees there, because I've walked that land with Pat Trunzo. We've had a contentious relationship over the years because my husband and I and our neighbor were responsible for getting a law on the books in village of Sag Harbor that prevented the questionable fill from being dumped there, because his dad would use those properties to dump fills from homes that he was building elsewhere. We wrote a letter to the village of Sag Harbor. They put a law on the board, on the books to prevent that from happening. But in our discussions, because we did a land swap with Mr. Trunzo, small amount of land behind our pool, he pointed out all the beautiful black walnuts. All those trees in my 24 inches will be gone. They're precious trees. And I want to tell you a little bit about that neighborhood we live in.
30 seconds.
Sag Harbor has become very prosperous. But in my neighborhood, I have 2 neighbors, lifelong Sag Harbor residents, who rent out rooms because they're house poor. And this increase of, and they are not alone. Go to the Whalers Church and look at the food bank. See who those people are. And those neighbors are in my neighborhood. They live across the street from me. And this incrementally increasing number for this project will hit them very hard. There are a lot of people like this in Sag Harbor.
3 minutes.
I urge you, not to paraphrase Joni Mitchell, but please don't pave paradise and put up a parking lot. It's absurd. Thank you.
So, you are Kristen, right?
Yes,
Hang on
I'm
one
Kristen
second.
O'Neill.
For some reason, I have a card, another card that says Ray Pepe. There's not 2 Ray Pepes, right? Just one? Just filled out 2 cards, correct? All right, so you're then the last card I have, but then we have one person we skipped. I'll give her another opportunity. Beth, if you're ready to come forward afterwards, you can. And then after that, we're going to go to our online audience. So, all right, so Kristen, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, that's great that you're going to the online audience. I am Kristen O'Neill, and I'm a resident at Sag Harbor, and I have 2 children in the elementary school at Sag Harbor. I'm speaking in favor of the field. I think of this as not only an opportunity of a lifetime, but of an opportunity for many, many future generations to come. This is not an initiative to support some business or attract summer tourists, but an opportunity to service the year-round residents of Sag Harbor. Sag Harbor community deserves to be allowed to keep its children safe and provide them with the competitive opportunity that most other school districts in Long Island provide their children, and we just are not doing that today. The price and environmental concerns raised tonight are legitimate. I've been very educated tonight. Unfortunately, I came late because I was at the Southampton ice rink with my kids. And I'm so glad you're going to Zoom because I know there's so many other parents that also want to speak, but I couldn't be here for the same sort of reasons. As I hear about these environmental concerns, there are also environmental and safety benefits to this initiative. Most notably, that our children will not have to have their lives risked being bused. I mean, what are the emissions that actually are occurring when we are commuting our kids to East Hampton, to all these other districts, to practice? And there's one point that so many seem to be missing. This is not currently town property. My understanding, which I just learned tonight, it's actually owned by a private developer. Maybe there are many ideas that people have for this land, but that's not who are in discussions with this current owner. There are compromises that can be reached. For example, I'm hearing concession stands. There's things that we can work around and we can make this work for the entire community. But this land needs to be purchased first before mega mansions are built on it. And these are homes, to your point, that many people can't afford that live here. That is what this is zoned for. So, what's the alternative? Legacy was stated tonight. That's a really good point. And for me, the legacy for this board is to produce something that's for the well-being and opportunity of our children, the future of Sag Harbor. I appreciate this public hearing, but do note that most, not all, of the audience tonight seem to be of one generation, and it appears that many are close neighbors of the land, who most likely bought that property knowing that they abutted a school and never bought something next to our nature preserve. I'm learning tonight that it was once a dump. I mean, there's evolution, and with time, we have to move with times. Okay, thank you. Many tonight here are claiming conservation, but that's usually a shield that people hide behind when there's a serious conflict of interest that very few, but some have, are outright admitting, and that perhaps people here are more concerned about their property values and their own quiet enjoyment than they are about the entire community. Therefore, to reiterate, I ask you to please listen to already the 600, I don't know how many people are here tonight, but there's not 600. There's over 600 residents that voted in favor of this acquisition already. And I should also disclose that I am also a lawyer, and that for every argument that is made tonight, and I did not read this 11-page memo, but I'm sure that there's a very strong counter-argument how this is a legal use of the CBS funds. And again, I will point out that compromises are always possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me go back to the card I passed over and give Beth You sure? And the audience, you guys promise, we're not gonna intimidate you? Okay.
I know, right?
And, okay. So we're gonna go then to our online audience. Charles, can you give me an idea how many we have online?
Well, there's a lot of people online, but only 7 hands so far.
Okay. All right.
It's 41 people online.
41, but 7 so far have clicked the raised hand icon. Okay. So we have one, I don't know if the gentleman knows that he's the one that we're seeing, and so we have to make sure.
Robert is first.
Robert is first, and Robert, can you just, I want to make sure that you're unmuted. Can you hear me, Rob?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Robert, what's your last name?
Plum.
Oh,
What's
Plum.
my what, sorry?
Oh, it's Robert Plum?
Yes.
Yeah,
Trustee.
Robert Plum, I'm a village trustee in Sag Harbor. And I just wanted to, I pulled up the school put out, Pearson put out, oranges in lot, frequently asked questions in reference to the resolution. And one of the sections says, if the November 3rd vote passes, the school district will then seek community input on the design, layout, surface, and other matters. Community input will be solicited via surveys and meetings. As far as I can tell, the only communication has been between engineers. To my knowledge, that didn't happen at all. Fortunately, it does go on to say that once a final design has been determined, another community vote will be required to approve the bond funding and the capital improvement. Therefore, it was always, even with the spirit of the resolution, there was supposed to be community involvement. And I don't, as I say, to my knowledge, I don't think that happened at all. And that's what I wanted to point out. Thank you. And thanks for everybody for coming.
All right, thank you, Robert. Charles, who's next?
Ken Dorff is next.
Hi.
All right, can we maximize Mr. Dorff?
Oh, I hate being maximized. I'm maximized now.
You look fine, Ken. we can hear you fine.
I'm doing my diet these days. Anyway, greetings, Southampton Town Board members and fellow citizens. My name is Ken Dorff. I live in Sag Harbor, and our 2 kids went through the Sag Harbor schools. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, I'm traveling, but I want to start by saying how much I appreciate the CPF program. As most of you know, my husband Stuart Lowry was one of the masterminds of CPF back in the 1990s. I've been so grateful for the CPF purchases, including on Round Pond where we live, and all over the East End. They've always made me happy, until this one. I think we can all see now, including the members of the CPF team, that this transaction was a mistake, as Bob De Luca has already echoed. It would have been far better for Sag Harbor Village or Southampton Town to purchase this property, including if used primarily by the kids, is which I hope would happen. Several of us petitioned Sag Harbor Village to purchase this property with CPF funds in 2021. Bob Plum will remember that I wrote the village. My daughter had found a spade-foot toad on the property in 2009, a species that is declining due to habitat loss. So there is still a seasonal wetland. I was hoping that the village would turn it into a green space for use of the community and especially for the nearby school. We are not anti-children. I'm extremely pro-children. The mayor, Jim LaRocca, said at the time that there was no willing seller. We were then perplexed when the same seller was willing to sell the school a few months later. I've asked the mayor how this happened, but have yet to receive a response. But this adds to the lack of trust. And honestly, based on our experience, I have very little trust in the school district to do the right thing, to give them the power. I am dismayed to think that CPF funds will indirectly permit the destruction of a residential property to put in a 72-car suburban parking lot. The enrollment of the Sag Harbor School District has not changed in 25 years, and the district has given zero justification for this parking lot. The district has failed miserably to address the lack of walking and biking in Sag Harbor. You know, when I arrived 25 years ago, I was appalled that neither school had a sidewalk circumnavigating, and it's still true. We tried to address the barriers to walking and biking, including the car up there along Germain. with the Safe Routes to School program back in 2009. We got no support from the Sag Harbor School Board, and Sag Harbor lost the grant. In the 25 years I've lived here, I've seen how the beautiful village of the East End are more and more resembling suburban Long Island. There was always parking within 2 blocks of the school, but there's a certain kind of suburban mentality where I must park my SUV within 20 feet of the field. As far as I'm concerned, those are Melville values, a place with near the highest carbon footprint on the East Coast. Look it up. And they're not Sag Harbor values. Is anyone in this room not aware that we are facing a global climate crisis? Are we seriously debating using sacred CPF funds to cut down dozens of trees for an unnecessary parking lot? Perhaps it would be wiser if the school worked with the village to fund the development of the many missing sidewalks that make it so difficult
30
to
seconds.
walk a few blocks, to get to the available parking, or to get home, or to get to the park. I urge the town to withdraw the agreement with the school and instead have Southampton Town or Sag Harbor Village purchase the property as open space with an incentive to favor the use for Sag Harbor school programs and school hours.
3
Thank you.
minutes.
Okay, who's next, Charles?
Daniel Friedman.
All right, Daniel, let's make sure that you're unmuted. Can you hear me?
I think I'm unmuted.
Perfect, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll start by saying whenever I'm out walking, which is every day, whenever I see a Peconic Land Trust, Community Preservation Fund sign, I am so happy. I see that sign, sometimes it means I've got a route to walk straight to the water that used to be unavailable to me. Sometimes it means that I now have some trees to look at that I know will be there every time I walk down the street. It just is great for me. So when I heard about this project, I couldn't imagine what was going on. I went back to websites to try and get a sign of an understanding of what the Community Preservation Fund actually did, other than make those beautiful spaces available to me when I'm walking to the water, etc. And all I could find out was that, I found one that talked about the history of a community preservation fund, and it talked about it's for the protection of farmland, open space, and community character. And that's what I knew. That sounded like how I knew it. I found another website was the 2023 Management and Stewardship Plan, and I thought, this is beautiful. Stewardship, that's what I feel. I feel they're stewards of this land, and I appreciate it so much. And under there, it talked about it's for the preservation of community character, furtherance of the establishment of a green belt. All this felt just what I knew for 35 or more years. It's exactly how I viewed it. And I find out, when I'm listening to the presentation today, development was the most highly used word today, completely inconsistent with my experience, completely inconsistent with the charter. I find out that walls can go on around property. I never heard of walls going around Peconic Land Trust property. I find out about parking lots. I'm losing my mind here, to be honest. This seems so opposite
30
of my life
seconds.
thus far. What happened? Something's gone awry here. I think it's had something to do with the school and the kids. And to answer the people who spoke before me, I love kids, I have kids, I'm a school teacher, I'm not new here, I'm not a dime a dozen. All those things are untrue, but I know the land was intended to be enjoyed and to be preserved and to maintain everybody's good life. And suddenly it's parking lots, concession stands. What? Someone explain, please, because I don't get it. What's happening?
3 minutes.
Peconic Land Trust.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeff Ziegler.
All right. Jeff, you're up. Can you hear me? All right, I can't hear you yet, so let's make sure you're unmuted.
He is unmuted.
Still can't hear you. Can see you fine.
Say something, Jeff.
How's that?
Good. Can hear you now, yes.
Sorry about that. First of all, I wanted to unfortunately take part of my 3 minutes to address Robert Plum. If he would just read the site or had been involved, he would know that the school has held 2 public events. Jay, you were at one on December 21st and January 25th. So that statement was completely inaccurate. I speak today to compel the board to take the next steps in passing today's vote to allow funding on the Marsden purchase to move forward based on a Sag Harbor community vote. Since the school district made public the potential purchase and development of the Marsden lots in September of last year, those of us in favor of preserving open space for our kids and the village have had to listen to every type of objection and argument possible. A majority of these arguments have ranged from knowingly false statements posted on boards in yards of neighbors to direct information and fictitiously driven environmental and CPF charter issues. A minority of these objections have raised valid and reasonable concerns ranging from community disruption to environmental and water drainage issues to preservation and purpose of the CPF. I appreciate that through the publicly available correspondence that the town board and the district have taken these issues, these minority of real issues, seriously. So thank you for thoughtfully taking the time to consider and construct an agreement on which you can vote today that takes those issues into consideration and allows a second vote in the community of Sag Harbor.
30 seconds.
Obviously, a large number of those voices have come out tonight and reiterated these issues. But in November, the Sag Harbor community voted to approve the purchase of this property by the school district. And although many members of our community that voted for that resolution are working parents, volunteer youth mentors and coaches, and local business owners who could not allocate time to file lawsuits against their own village or make up narratives and publish fictitious websites.
3 minutes.
I can tell you that if you give Sag Harbor community the option to vote, they will vote to preserve this property as a field for our town and our school. Thank you very much.
Alistair Falker.
Alistair, can you hear me?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you too. You have 3 minutes.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me and thanks for holding this hearing. Just a few things I just wanted to mention. Obviously, a lot of topics covered tonight. But first of all, as a parent, sort of my primary statement that I'd like to leave you with is I do feel that preserving the planet and the village, historic village of Sag Harbor, is one of the greatest gifts we can give to our children. I am the father of 4 children. I have 3 in the school. One will be in the school in a few years. So I care enormously about the facilities of the school and everything that goes with it for the future of my children. But I think not enough has been discussed in this process. It's been rushed, there's been limited information, public hearings have been stage managed, and the survey, I think to Bob Plum's point, I do actually agree with that. I don't think there has been a survey. I've not seen a survey asking for my opinion. So it's been very much at the school board's directive, and I appreciate that they've been trying to do what they see as right for the children. But there hasn't been discussion about the alternative use of this enormous amount of funds. $6 million of CPF funds, $3 million of school funds in acquisition, a further $4 million for the engineering work and the development work that we require to turn this into a field, especially given the funding issues and the engineering challenges that's going to present. So that's $7 million from school funds alone, let alone ongoing maintenance costs. There hasn't been enough discussion about that and what the opportunity cost of that expenditure on an athletic field actually is versus other programs, school roofs, gym improvements, all the other things that possibly could be done that could improve the school in other ways, improve the lives of the children in other ways, and enrich their future. And athletic field is only one option. It's not the only option of improving our children's lives. And I would like to see more discussion about how those funds could be spent alternatively. Furthermore, once there is such a public discussion, the final thing would be a vote. I very much believe in democracy. There's been a lot of mentioning of the term democracy in the democratic process in tonight's hearing. I care about democracy enormously, but democracy only works when there's information and people understand what they're voting on. And their voting choice on November 3rd was strictly limited
30
to
seconds.
one option. And it wasn't multiple choice and there wasn't discussion around various other alternatives for this. I'm also a resident, so this is not just about the school, this is about other residents. We should have consideration of Marston neighbours. I think other people who are for the athletic field would want this if this was happening in their backyard. So special consideration of respect, especially respect, should be given to the Marsden neighbours for what they have to face and for their personal property values and enjoyment. It's very, very important. But if I want to change the colour of the paint on my front door of my house, I have to go to the ARB, I have to go to the ZBA, I have to get approval from town boards.
3 minutes.
It is an issue for me that the school is above those rules when it is in a historic district and everyone else has very, very, very strict rules to abide by about the development of their own properties. And so whether CPF funds should be used to facilitate something that's completely out of place in a historic district, I think is very important to consider. Lastly, I'm an environmentalist. I do care about the environment. I don't like trees being cut down. But I think there's so many other factors beyond just pure environmental issues which call into question whether this is the appropriate use of these funds. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Kelly Ziegler?
All right, Kelly, can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear you, Kelly, so let's make sure you're unmuted. I see you and your beautiful children. I still can't hear you.
Ask the kids.
They say children should be seen and not heard, but that's...
Okay, can you guys
there we go.
Chat?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. I'm Kelly Ziegler. I have 2 children in the elementary school, 4th grade and 2nd grade. Where are you going? So, I think that largely life has changed drastically since we all were children. Most families now have 2-parent working homes where parents are pulled out of the house often. As many parents have already said tonight, we're all doing our best and trying to give our kids the best life possible. I think this purchase is a way for us to bring the life back into the families of the community and bring the community around everyone who lives here. When my kids ask me, how did you grow up? I grew up in a town that the town was built around the school. And that is why we moved to Sag Harbor. I think it's an amazing place. We are so grateful to live where we are. And this opportunity to bring families back together and bring the community back together, I think is a no-brainer. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Janice is next.
Janice, we have a last name?
Hello.
Hello, hi Janice.
Hi.
We can
If
hear
you're
you.
wondering why I look like a ghost, it's because I am sitting in a place where it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. But I wanted to be at this meeting because I think that it is such an important topic, and
Can we
I
get your
am
last name,
passionately
Janice?
trying to work against this field being built in the middle of the historical district in Sag Harbor.
Janice, what is your last
I
name?
want to talk. I'm sorry?
Last name, please?
Oh, my last name is Dono. Janice Dono.
Okay.
I can barely hear you.
That's okay. You
Shall I just talk now?
The last
Yes.
name was Dono?
Dono.
Okay.
So, I want to talk about something that people have not touched on very much, but first I want to comment on the fact that it was just said that there were 2 community outreach meetings that the school held. They were called that, but the community was not actually allowed to really participate at those meetings. And I attended those meetings and was never allowed to talk. One of those meetings was a meeting in which they basically just had the engineers of what this hybrid field that I think the school still would like to install, which has plastic in it. It was the engineers and the owners of that company, and it was basically an infomercial for about 45 minutes. And then other people who were in our group basically got to speak for 3 minutes, even though the school board could speak at length, and the engineers and the owners of the companies got to speak as long as they wanted to. And none of us who were on Zoom got to speak that night whatsoever. So there's not been community outreach. What I want to touch on, because it has not really been talked about so much, is the noise that's going to be generated by having this in the middle of a very small, fragile group of 19th century houses. The school wants to install a concession stand. They want to have a parking lot so that they can bus in teams. I worked for years to get the traffic off of these streets in this part of the village. There was a huge amount of truck traffic. All of our houses were cracking apart. And finally, we got a weight limit on Harrison, on Division.
30 seconds.
And it made a huge difference. So if we go back to those days again, I really fear for these houses. I think that you should know that the school referees their games with air horns. And I'm not really certain how that's supposed to work in a residential neighborhood. Everybody keeps saying, oh, it's for the kids, it's for the kids. And we all want kids to, be outside and play sports and not be on their devices all the time. But realistically, these children already have fields. There are fields at
3
Nash
minutes.
Park. It's a 45-acre park, and there is a field next to the school that is barely used. I live there, I see it, there's almost no one on that field, ever. So I think that that's a piece of the information no one else gave you. I hope you vote against this. I don't think you've got anything light enough information to vote yes on this. I think that's become more apparent tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janice. All right, who is next, Charles?
Eileen?
Eileen. Eileen, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Eileen, can you give us your last name?
Yes, it's Eileen Rosenberg. I live in Sag Harbor.
All right, Eileen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing the public to speak in a Zoom session tonight. Sometimes in times of tough decision-making amid different perspectives, it can be very productive to use a rather traditional pros and cons list to help focus on the most important issues. I think in this case, the cons heavily outweigh the pros in the proposed athletic field, but allow me to list the stated pros first. 1, a certain percentage of students will benefit from an adjacent athletic facility. 2, close proximity to the facility will avoid potential safety issues walking to Nash Park. 3, the field will be more inviting for other schools to attend/play games in our community. 4, the field will be available at certain times for use by residents, although I don't think any assessment has been actually made about use by the residents. But allow me to list the cons. 1, visual, pedestrian, and vehicular traffic disruption of a historic residential neighborhood. 2, unfettered regulations to guide this development, as it doesn't fall under the auspices of applicable Sag Harbor zoning residential regulations. 3, numerous environmental issues, including flooding, displacement of wildlife, loss of trees, light pollution, noise pollution, exhaust pollution. 4, minimal use serving a minority of students involved only in sports at a school with a declining enrollment. 5, underuse of facilities already available to the school. 6, alternatives for safely walking to Mash Park are readily available and not costly. 7, the significant cost to residents via the bond needed for this project. And 8, which I think is quite important, full consideration has not been given to other uses for this property, uses that would more fully serve the entire community, not just an athletic program. We should all be concerned with the overall personal and educational development of our students. Sports are a great adjunct to other areas of learning, but are not more important than science, the arts, etc. In a world where knowledge and action on climate change, participatory government such as we're experiencing right this evening,
30
and
seconds.
other issues that are so pressing, we should be focusing on overall development of an informed citizenry among our students, not just athletics. And it is not only the number of cons that outweigh the pros, I think it's their relative significance in comparison. And based on those assessments of the pros and cons, I would encourage that the board not approve the CPF funds for this particular project.
3 minutes.
Again, I really appreciate the ability to speak at a Zoom this evening. Thank you so much.
Howard is next.
What's the name, Charles?
Howard.
Howard?
Hi there. Yes, thanks for listening and for staying up this late. My name is Howard Collins. I'm a resident in the Sag Harbor Historic District. As we can see from this fantastic community turnout, there are still many questions that need to be answered. And I think the one thing we can all agree on is that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the community. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet we have on the table right now a plan that will only benefit a small number of people, all while creating the greatest amount of division in the community and also a great amount of disruption to the historic district. So I think it's pretty clear that we need to aim higher and have a more unified vision of what Marsden Street could be. First, we need to make the most of the athletic resources we already have in Mash Park. It's what the school will continue to use anyway, so let's be smarter, let's be more efficient, and let's make that resource, which is amazing, let's make it even better. Second, let's forget about adding a soccer field and a 72 car parking lot into a quiet historic neighborhood. Instead, let's create something that is safe, doesn't increase traffic, and will have a lasting benefit for everyone. And finally, as we all know, there are many viable alternatives that need to be considered. We should consider a woodland walk path or a nature park that doubles as an ecological learning center for students. These are the kinds of things that the CPF is truly intended for, and the kind of thing that all students and all community members can be part of, not just the few. And by the way, this could happen almost immediately at little cost, with zero disruption to the environment and to the historic district. So changing the plan to a community nature park is the right thing to do for our children. I have a child and I wanted to one day grow up to play soccer. But what is right for her is, and overwhelmingly what is right for children across New York and across the country, is that they want our leaders to protect the environment and to build communities that serve the greater good. And that requires some sort of vision. Thank you.
Jamie Mott is next.
Hi, Jamie, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi.
Just fine.
I hadn't planned to speak, so I don't have a ton prepared, but I kind of was compelled to do so. So my background is born and raised Sag Harbor, multi-generation born and raised in Sag Harbor. I'm very fortunate to be raising a family here. My background was in landscape architecture, and now I actually left the profession and I went into being a librarian because I believe in facts and information, but more so doing the greatest good for the greatest number of people. So I was really fortunate to be a public librarian at John Jermyn and now a school librarian at Pearson. And I have children in the district, so I have kind of hands in all the baskets, and I really appreciate the process of hearing everyone out. So I really wanted to thank all of you for doing that for one another. One thing that we haven't talked very much about is the opportunity for senior citizens or working people to access open space for walking and just light activity, you know, basic weightlifting, walking to be somewhere safe, to have parking, which is unfortunately a necessary evil. I think we can all agree none of us love parking, but it is a necessary evil that I suspect is based on code, so that the size of it is based on the number of parking spaces per capita based on the size of use. So I would let the building department weigh in there, but I think having an available open space for all ages to use. My parents are retired and they talk all about the wonders of Florida because of how much access there are for the whole community to use outdoor space. So having something that isn't another buildable lot become lawn feels pretty great to me based on what the options that we have are. So I agree that there was really thoughtful responses, and I know Finney, and I'm so proud of you, Finney, for really speaking so eloquently. Who's a library buddy of mine, but given our options, I'm happy to stand behind open space being available right next to a school for community use. And I would hope the neighbors would also enjoy using it too for themselves, you know, to have throw the ball to your dog, you know, have your grandchildren come and play. I was fortunate to live in Boston across the street from a park, and it was really lovely to have open space.
30 seconds.
Becoming a more populated area as houses are getting larger, the lawns are getting smaller. Having something right in that area, I think, is a benefit. And it being next to a school is not a surprise that the school would want to get it for their use. And then the whole community gets to benefit. I see the school as a community center. We just enjoyed a musical. The
3
arts
minutes.
And to have everyone have access to something for the whole community, I think, is important. And I urge you to move forward with letting the public vote, let the public speak. Thank you so much.
Hugh Davies.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, Hugh, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Hugh Davies here, also Sag Harbor resident and parent with 2 children at the school. I do not have prepared remarks tonight, but I've listened intently from the beginning of the meeting through lots of arguments for, lots of arguments against. I do find it sad to hear people say that they are fighting passionately to kill a project that would benefit not just the children who are at Sag Harbor schools today, but generations to come. I've heard about frogs, newts, trees, water, so many arguments, and I think nobody is countering the need for full due diligence. Nobody wants this project to be anything other than done properly, to be successful for the community. I think to kill it now would be a real travesty. As Mr. DeSessa said in his earlier remarks, tonight we are asking just for the green light to at least go forward to the next stage. If we are killing this now, I think we are doing a grave disservice to the children of this community and neighboring communities. We are living in the age of the iPad. I fight with my children every day to get them off screens and get them outdoors. We are lucky to live in a place that is surrounded by the most extraordinary nature, be it beaches, woodland. I think to deny 4 acres that are right adjacent to a school from becoming, such a valuable asset not just for kids at the school, but for people in the community. And I echo what the lady prior to me said. I think this would be a great gift for the village, and I think if it's done properly, which I have every faith it can be and will be, I think I would urge the board to go ahead. Thank you for this platform tonight.
Michael Sessions, I believe.
Hi, I'm Michael Sissons, and I am a Sag Harbor resident. I also do not have remarks prepared this evening, as I was listening intently for the last couple of hours and felt appropriate to speak as well. I'm also not a lawyer, contrary to the number of lawyers that seem to be present here this evening. I do have 2 children and active in the Sag Harbor community. I want to thank the school board for the tremendous job that they've done in all of the hard work, the energy, and the sessions that have gone into gathering feedback and participating from the original vote through what's following. You know, I've continued to follow that, and I think they've done a really good job of soliciting feedback, attending, and listening. I also want to thank the CPF for their role in the community, both in the preservation of land as well as in the preservation of the community with really important projects like using $4 million of the funds to fund the Sag Harbor Cinema, which was one of the first things I learned about being new to the community. And when I read about fire, you know, the preservation fund was right there to back the community in the time of need. I do think we are at a time of need where these funds are incredibly important to the Sag Harbor Village. Having just moved to the village, spending a great amount of time couriering kids around. There is not a lot of options locally. There are some, but as all of you know who grew up here, you're spending a lot of time as a parent, especially when you've got 2 working parents, driving to Southampton, driving to East Hampton, driving to the complex 30, 40, 50 minutes away, often in tons of traffic and being left there. The opportunity that we can have a sports facility across the street, open to the community, is never going to happen again. And I think what's on the table right now, as I understand it, is giving the land back to the developer to build 5 more houses, or approving this, letting the school put their best vision forward from what they've heard, from what they've said, let them put together a plan, and let's get it in front of the voters so they can decide. And I'm really excited about that opportunity. I know that there's a lot of things to consider, from parking lots to concessions to church, no church, lots of things. Their job is to listen, their job is to put forward a plan, and it's our job as voters to have a voice in that, but ultimately it's our job to make the vote. I would really appreciate, as I know a lot of other parents would, the Southampton Town Board approving the next step. So
30
myself
seconds.
as a parent and others in the community have a chance to vote on the school board's best plan, which is the next step in the process. Thank you very much.
Nathaniel Oppenheimer.
Hi everyone, my name is Nathaniel Oppenheimer. I grew up on Marsden, and it's been great to see so many of our neighbors devote attention to this project and all the great comments tonight. One thing I was struck by at the beginning of the meeting, though, is that the dialogue between the district and the town council was entirely about the project as a real estate purchase and a construction project. But it's really a lot more than that. You're making a generational choice for a village that has been a special place for many of us, for many generations, and hopefully will be for many of us for more. And it's really 2 choices. It's a choice about the future of the community, and it's a choice about the process for which the community has to make those decisions. I'll briefly address each, and then talk about where we should go from here. First, on the future of the community. When I first heard about this, I was absolutely stunned that there's a real possibility that the town and school district together, between the land purchases, improvements, the interest payments, the maintenance fees, will be spending tens of millions of dollars on a playing field for a village with multiple other playing fields. At the same time, the school district, on the latest state test scores, has really serious issues in 8th graders reaching proficiency in math. Only 19% of 8th graders reach proficiency in math. I'm at the point in my life where I'm thinking about where I want to raise my own family and the values that community has. Your choice to move us on a path forward to spending tens of millions of dollars on public funds on a field that's for fall sports, when the academic program can do so much better by children, and the CPF can build affordable housing to bring high quality teachers here to do better by those children, really says something of the value of the community and what path you're charting forward for those future generations. And then second, on the process. I'm a lawyer in Washington, and I work with a number of federal agencies on a regular basis. I didn't think it was possible, but for all the reasons many people have described tonight, this process makes those agencies look transparent. Most notably, there have been so many important details that haven't been revealed until tonight. At the beginning of a public hearing, right before a rush vote on a rush project. And there's one process point in particular that I want to take head on. A number of comments in favor of the proposal have pointed to the Sag Harbor School District votes. The vote in the fall or the vote that will be coming on the bond. Let me be clear, that's irrelevant to the Southampton town's decision-making process tonight on Southampton public funds.
30
As you know, the
seconds.
school district includes parts of Southampton and East Hampton Town, and both of those votes will include a number of East Hampton Town residents. You shouldn't pitch this decision for Southampton to East Hampton Town residents. Don't make that another reason why it's a generational decision. And finally, when Ms. Fenlon began the meeting on behalf of the CPF, she described the school district as the CPF's joint venture partner. One thing that hasn't been talked about in the town's letter to the school district
3 minutes.
is the request for a full indemnification. What kind of joint venture partner wants a full indemnification and shoulder no risk for the project? That says something too about the decision that's happening and the process that's leading to it. So that's where we are. Where do we go from here? The town council has shown a lot of great vision, and the comment before I think was really helpful. You know, spending money on the movie theater, spending money on community facilities are incredibly important for the future of the community. But you need to do it the right way and in an open process. One thing you could do is buy the land or buy an option on the land and hold an open RFP process for different community organizations to come forward with their ideas on how to best enrich our community. Not just put this all or nothing vote in the, without the crucial details provided to the public on the calendar at the last minute. For all of those reasons, the town council should hit the reset button and do this the right way. Thanks all.
This is Dan.
Dan, can you hear me? Can we get quiet?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Dan, can you start by telling us your last name?
My name is Dan Weiss. I've been a part-time resident of Sag Harbor for 45 years, and I've watched both with pleasure and some alarm about the development going on in town. I was become interested in the affordable housing project, and as a member of Save Sag Harbor, I believe that that was the wrong project. The reason I wanted to speak tonight is that I believe there's some confusion over whether Sag Harbor Village has authority, or will the school board be exempt from the traditional review process? I understand that there is some ambiguity here, but I've recently read a decision that actually empowers the village to have this oversight. And I believe that the oversight of the village is crucial to this project. I believe without oversight by the village, we are missing a big step, and we are allowing outside forces, in terms of the Department of Education, etc., to determine the character of the village. I believe that the village is more than competent to review and adjudicate this issue. And while I personally believe that this is not a good use of CPF funds and that it is not an appropriate way to use this lot, I believe that the village review process works, and I would like to be sure that whatever occurs, the village has a hand and the review process will go on. Thank you.
Patricia's name.
Patricia, can you hear me?
Reed is her last name.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. You have 3 minutes, Patricia.
Hi, my name is Patricia Reed. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a full-time resident of Sag Harbor, and one of my kids at the
Sag Harbor Elementary School. I'm not a huge sports person, and my kids not either, but I support the school's efforts to provide a place that is close and safe for our kids to go and for the community to use as well. I think reasonable environmental concerns are always something we must listen to. I care deeply about the environment as much as many of the people who spoke against Marsden today, and I support the efforts to look into how new properties affect us all, always. But again, let's remember, this is a private property. There is a huge environmental impact on construction, on building private homes as well, all of our homes, the neighbors' homes, and the future home that's going to be in Marsden if we don't have this property for the children. I also understand the difference in the opinions about the usage of the CPF funds. I get it. I think, as somebody already mentioned, the vast majority of the people that we heard tonight own, and they were against Marsden, they own property adjacent to Marsden. And you can draw your own conclusion as to their motivation to doing so, but it is my opinion that the environment is not necessarily their first reason. I just ask, I think if you're going to oppose this, let's just be honest about our reasons to oppose it. I think we need to look at this rationally. Come on, this is not a parking lot proposal. We all know that. Let's stop the rhetoric. The funds will be used to build a field for the kids to play and a place for the community. And of course, I'm sure there are concerns about the parking lot that I think we should all address. I'm also concerned about parking lot. That's fine. I think, but let's not say that this is a proposal about the parking lot. It's disingenuous, and I think everybody here knows that. Let's not say that. It's not true. So, I'm not naive. I'm not, I don't believe in everything that people say, but I truly don't think that the school has malicious motives. Come on, guys. We can compromise. We can have discussions as a community. You don't have to resort to lies or misinformation.
30
Please.
seconds.
I urge you to use your reason to the board and to listen to over 600 people who already voted yes, and please pass the proposal for the sake of our children and our community at large. Other citizens, like senior citizens, other members of the community, like Jamie said, can also benefit from this. And like you said, Hugh Davis said, we believe that due diligence will be done. So let's move forward and have discussions and achieve a compromise that benefits everyone.
3
We should be
minutes.
able to do this in Sag Harbor. Thank you.
We have come to the conclusion of our hands.
Oh, wow.
Don't ask.
47
Not ask.
people.
Okay, let's close the hearing.
All right. So there's a lot to digest tonight.
Don't ask.
There's a lot to digest. There was some information that I think is needed. Board, I'm not sure how best to proceed. I mean, I feel like we're not there yet, like that we have to solicit more information, and which may mean that we have to hold this hearing over to another date, which I would try to ask everybody not to come back and say the exact same things again, but that's sort of my inclination, is to push it toward mid-March for a second public hearing.
We did receive an email today from one of the trustees of the Village of Sag Harbor asking us to keep the hearing open.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we just leave the written record open, but in this case, I'm more inclined to keep the public hearing. We have a lot of legal questions that have been raised. I mean, normally when we do CPF, it's not controversial. So everybody's happy. It's easy. But it is getting harder and harder to create, fields for the community and things like that. There's no good spots. There's no good spots for affordable housing. There's not a lot of land left. And we have competing needs. The school has needs, and I think they're noble. The community has needs and concerns. I think that they are legitimate. There are unanswered questions about drainage. We don't have all the information we had requested. We have a lot of legal questions that I need the attorneys to sort of sort through. I know the school's sort of in a hurry here because they not sure how long the property owner will keep it available to the school. That's legitimate. But that's sort of my thinking at this point is to adjourn it to another day. What's the next
March
hearing?
14th.
March
is 1
14th, that would be a
and
date.
March 28th is 6 PM.
March 28th.
14th is
Let's.
14th is the cannabis registry.
Oh, that'll be a fun night. We have zoning for cannabis on the 14th. Maybe it'll work out good, I don't know.
But that's an afternoon, if you
Might
wanted to do
mellow
an
everybody
afternoon,
out.
that's an afternoon. The 14th is an afternoon.
14th 's an afternoon meeting.
29th.
What's the
And
next
one on the
after that?
29th as
We
well.
have a 29th
So-
board meeting.
March
as well.
29th?
That's
I
a
know.
special meeting.
The other issue.
No, I know, but I'm just making you aware.
I know the other issue for the school is if there is going to be a bond vote, they want to tie it in with the budget vote, right, Jeff?
Well,
Can we ask some questions?
Can I just respond to
Yeah.
that? Because the problems with the school and their bond vote has really little to do with our decision that we need to make on CPF. And I think it's important that we get all the information that we requested originally before we can do anything as a board. That's how I feel as one board member.
Tommy John, did you want to?
Well, I had a couple of questions for some of the school officials here. We have our vice president and president of the board here, as well as the school superintendent. As I understand it, there's going to be 2 bond votes, right? It was originally, yes, please. You know, in the interest of transparency, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity, Jeff, I know we had this discussion in a previous meeting. The school originally was going to put capital projects from Mashhashemewa Park as well as this in one bond vote, but now you're going to separate them out.
That is correct. So to repeat what you said, the intent was to go out to the public for one bond referendum that would include the renovation costs for Mashhashemewa Park along with the capital improvement costs for Marsden. And then after we met and had a discussion, we agreed to separate those 2 out so that
Okay.
if it were to be on the day of the budget vote, there would be 2 separate propositions, one for Mashhashemewa, one for Marsden.
And has the school made the Mashhashemewa bond public yet?
The school has not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think considering the plans that we saw tonight, the SWIP that is needed, I would favor a later public hearing to the end of March. What was it, the 28th?
Well, you have
To the 28th, to
March
get that
28th,
information.
And then it's April 11th after that.
That's the evening meeting though, right, Sunday?
It is an evening meeting, yes.
And in addition, I'd like the community, the school community, the Sag Harbor community, and the Southampton community to know the cost of this, right? We heard a lot about the first vote, which was a vote to authorize $2,575,000 in reserve money to purchase this property, in addition to $6 million with community preservation funds. And we found out tonight that in addition to the $3.8 million, it could be $2 to $3 million more. So the entire project, and I believe this is the first time that we're hearing this, that the entire project could either be $14.3 to $15.3 million on the Marsden alone. Now, I just did those calculations on a piece of paper here. You know, feel free to go home and crunch your own numbers after you've watched this 4-hour meeting, you know, and to make those calls for yourselves. But I think that's important in the interest of transparency. I think that we have a lot to look at. I think that we should continue this at the end of March.
You know, Jim, we don't have to pick one of those dates, do we? I mean, we could adjourn it to an evening in mid-March some point, other than, and we do have a date during the day.
Non-town board meeting?
Well, we have a meeting on the 14th, but we could have a meeting the evening of the 14th to continue this hearing, right?
Oh, 2 on one day is terrible.
Yeah, why do you want to do that?
It's
Well,
terrible
just
for us,
because,
for the office. I'm just saying.
because of the time sensitivity. Jeff, if we were to go
We'll
on
just do
the
it in the
20,
afternoon then.
well, it could be on the afternoon on the 14th.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. It's,
The four,
Would
are
you
you asking
have-
a question?
Will you be able to provide us with all the missing information by that date, the 14th? Or is it actually better for you to do it later in the month?
Well, our discussions with the entire board, the last time I appeared, with regard to the stormwater management plan, we had committed to going over the process steps that we would take, when I say we, H2M, to create that stormwater management plan in consultation with the village. Whether or not that's going to be ready 2 weeks from now, our original timeframe was that that plan was going to take a month or two. And that's why I proposed to the board respectfully that the disbursement of the funds, let's say the bond referendum passed in May, that the disbursement of the funds be contingent upon the stormwater management plan meeting with the approval of the town engineer. So from my perspective, respectfully, holding it up for that final plan flies in the face of that suggestion on my part.
And your deadline was the 20th of March in order to
Yeah,
get it
in other words,
properly noticed to get possibly on the bond on the third Tuesday of May, right?
Correct. So
Okay,
related
which is
to
the
the
vote.
public notice and respectfully with regard to the town board member who said that's not his primary concern, just answering your question, the 20th of March would be, according to the district clerk, the day that we would have to have word to move forward. The latest we could
Sir,
hear.
let me clarify, I'm the board member you're referring to.
Yes.
I am concerned
Yeah.
that we keep holding things up because we're not getting the information that we require to make an informed decision.
Yes.
And I think that's very important to speak to
And,
community.
and
The reserve fund was created in
Wait, hold on.
Mr. Pagano?
It doesn't work.
and I hear what you're saying.
Can you
and-
have the
Go
cost
ahead.
for the bond without the SWIP plan?
No, what we have to do, and what I think we could do a better job of, is by your next meeting, if it is in mid-March, providing more detail with regard to that stormwater management plan number, and get as much specific information as we can. But again, as per my comments 2 weeks ago, this process takes 2 to 3 months. And in defense of the district, it was not something that we wanted to go expend a significant amount of money on, not knowing whether we had the CPF support to proceed with the deal.
Well, there's
So
a
it's
whole
a
cart before
it's a tough one.
There's unfortunately several cart before the horse
Yeah,
type of
I
issues
get it.
here. We're in a awkward position here.
Yeah.
We, clearly, if this is just a numbers game, 3-1 against this here tonight. That doesn't mean it's 3-1 out there in the community, but we held a public hearing. More people spoke against it than for it. That doesn't mean, though, that within the Sag Harbor community, that there isn't a broad base of support. We won't know unless there's some sort of public vote. However, as somebody did mention that our funds are townwide funds, and don't include East Hampton, and we have to take that into consideration, whether this is, a good use of CPF funds. Normally, everybody celebrates when we spend the CPF money, whether it's, the Steinbeck property or the cinema or, other open space, and yes, recreational fields, because that is a legitimate use of CPF funds to create community athletic fields.
Can I comment for a second?
I want to say, before you do, I want to say one more thing. When we noticed this public hearing, we noticed two possible ways to proceed forward.
Mm-hmm.
One was a development rights acquisition,
Mhm.
and the other was sharing the fee, the actual title with the school, where we'd be co-owners. And there are some significant differences potentially in terms of liability, but also in terms of process. If we're fee owners, the town does not enjoy the same exemptions that the school does from local zoning and within the village. And clearly, we would have to then take it to the village board. I don't even know if a community facility like this is conforming to local zoning. I don't know what will happen in terms of the ARB there. There's a lot of uncertainty, so if we were to move forward in that regard, it still might not happen. There's also, if the bond vote fails, it doesn't happen. There are an awful lot of ifs. And I think we have to sort of work with our council in terms of getting advised as to if we are going to partner, what is the best mechanism that we partner under. And one of those mechanisms will require it goes to the village board. And so I don't know what your feelings, whether you voluntarily, if we went the other way, go through the village process or not. I'd like you to comment on that in terms of, we don't have an advisory opinion at the moment from the village board. And it is in the village. And normally when we do CPF acquisitions within villages, it's usually the village that is coming to us, not the school. It's the village saying, we want Steinbeck Park. Please buy this property, or Silly Farm, or whatever it might be. I sort of would like to hear your thoughts on whether either way you'd go through the process with the village.
Well, let me respond to another comment that you made, and then
Sure.
go to that.
Okay.
So the first is that, the minute that the school district announced this in early September, that we had gone to contract on the 5th lot, there's been a very vocal opposition to this proposal. And it's not lost on me, I've worked in Sag Harbor for 25 years, that, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, that a lot of the opposition lives in very close proximity to Marsden. Not all, a lot. And that's not meant as a disrespectful comment, it's a factual comment.
Let Jeff speak.
Yeah, my comment, though, with regard to the 3-to-1 ratio, which I think is accurate, maybe it was 4-to-1 tonight, there was a vote as well in the community that the public spoke out about this, and there will be another vote. So my first comment really I don't like to put too much weight, and I'm not sitting in your shoes, in the 4-to-1 majority as it relates to this specific hearing, because this has been going on for months. With regard to the process question, which is your second question, if my understanding is, and I think you were accurate, if it's a joint ownership, then the school district does not have the leeway to just go through state ed. They would have to go through the local municipal oversight board, which in this case is Sag Harbor Village. If it's a situation where it's not joint ownership and the school district owns it and the town has the development rights, for the most part, established law is that you don't have to go before a municipality. However, as a gentleman said tonight, there are cases in extraordinary circumstances where you would. And in those cases, it's usually where there is a proposal that is out of the ordinary. So something like a scoreboard that's 50 by 50 that's lit 20 hours a day would require you to go to a municipality. I'm not speaking for the Board of Education right now in answer to your question, but one of my concerns as an individual is that if we have to go to a village board for oversight, that the opposition that has been quite vocal all along is just going to drag this on forever at the next municipal level. And I say that with all honesty.
Right.
And maybe we have to, but that's a concern on our part.
But we would have that, if we were going alone and creating a community park, we would have to go through the village.
Right. So that's the answer. Any follow-up questions?
Well, it's just another big if,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So what, if we were to, let's say, go that route?
Yeah.
Allow for a community vote, voluntarily or mandatorily, go through the village, and let's say you're not able to build this field the way you want, is there a plan B?
No, there wouldn't be. It would be it would be off, because our discussions from the beginning, and if people have spoken about what the school district's discussions were from the start. And I can only speak for what the school district's discussions were with the Community Preservation Fund program manager at the time, but they were solely on an athletic field being constructed on the Marsden lots. There was never any discussion other than that between the school district and the Community Program Fund program manager. So, and that was driven, by the way, the request by our facility needs.
But did the school consider going it alone and not involving the town?
When we considered it, but then when we talked to the program manager, and after multiple discussions and an agreement was formed, that was the route that we zeroed in on for the reasons that you're well aware of.
Did you foresee this level of controversy?
I did not.
So, sir, respectfully,
Yeah.
I'd like to.
And I don't
point out
mean that term.
Well, yeah, but I just need to make a clarification.
Okay.
Because I was here when the program manager brought this to the, as a lot of the board was. And the first original discussion of this that was brought to us as a board was a community park. Now, granted, there's a lot of ways to interpret what that means, and it kind of morphed over time, and I, for one, am surprised to be sitting here, but I just want to clarify that
Yeah.
that was the understanding, at least of this board member, that we were talking about a community park for the use of the school, for all the things that Finn had talked about and others have talked about in that setting, rather than athletics, and I just want to make that
Yeah,
point.
fair enough. And I was careful to make sure that I summarized my discussions as the discussions between me, another board member, and.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I, for one, will say that I went back to my notes on this, and the first thing I have has a field with a Little League field on it. That's the first thing that I can find in this discussion, was an athletic field with a Little League field on it.
And that was around October 17th. That's when we first saw any kind of drawing
Right.
on the, okay.
I mean, I have to say too that I didn't expect this level of controversy. I did when there was a synthetic field, a giant plastic field proposed, and I was getting swamped with emails against it.
Yeah.
And that was most of it, and I'm not saying other concerns weren't being raised, but that was like the dominant thread, was the concerns about pollution and venting solvents, and nobody, and I said to you, like, why would the town want to build a community park that a large sector of the community won't use, right? That they won't go to because they don't feel it's safe. And we said we wouldn't even consider having a public hearing until you guys would agree that it'd be 100% natural. And I somehow thought that would diminish the opposition significantly, and that maybe there'd be some consensus that would form. I'm not seeing that though tonight. I'm not seeing the consensus. I'm still seeing significant opposition to this. So I'm not exactly sure how best to proceed. We could hold it over to the 14th, see what happens. We can do it a hybrid meeting. I don't know if we'll even have all the information we'll need then, because it sounds like we may be missing still some information. It's unfortunate with your timing. If you had to hold a bond vote on a different day, is that a possibility? Or does it have to be on the budget day?
No, you could hold it on a different day, but you usually try to hold it on a day when the turnout is going to be very strong, so that you get the greatest input from the community. So if you hold it on a separate day, let's just say in July or August, the turnout's not going to be the same, and there is cost associated with holding a vote, but that cost is negligible as it relates to what we're talking about here.
So let me hear from, and I apologize. I've been up since 4 this morning because I was dealing with the storm response. And thank you to the highway crew and Superintendent McCardle. They did a great job. And to Ryan Murphy too, and to Police Chief Kieran. But Cindy, what's your thoughts? Do you want to hold it over to the 14th?
I just don't know if we're gonna have more info on the 14th, then yeah, but if we're gonna be back here on the 14th having the same conversation, the same information, I don't know what that does.
It gives
I
a
mean, you're
little
talking
bit-
about a plan that's gonna take months to make, so is, 14 days gonna make a difference? That's a question for
I
you.
mean, if we hold it over to when we actually have that plan and a better idea of the cost, you're definitely not doing the bond vote with the budget.
No, the cost of the construction is gonna be between 5.7 and 6.7, based on an estimated stormwater management plan cost of 2 to 3 million, based on what H2M has said.
And possible adjusting of those retaining wall price. I saw that earlier.
Well, and that's the difference between having a bond vote that doesn't involve another partner like the town.
Right.
You're asking us to buy property. We want some really clear answers to that, because should you not be able to go forward, should the bond fail, or should it succeed but fail in the right amount, and you have to go back to your constituency, it puts us in a difficult position. And I have to be absolutely certain of that position, because I'm representing all of the town, not just the people in this room.
So passage of the bond was a condition. We didn't want to get in the situation of spending $6 million and then the school not being able to execute the plan. But now we have another wrinkle with the village board, at the end, whatever, the ARB. And I don't know if this board feels like it really needs to be reviewed by the village board, and then we won't know then if it's approved by the village board to an even later date. And I don't know that we could hold up a closing indefinitely.
No.
So,
But this is the first, in fairness to the school district, this is our understanding up until tonight, was that if it was the school district owning a property with the development rights going to the town, then the school district obviously would be working with the village as it relates to the stormwater management plan, which I had referenced earlier, but that ultimately the development approvals would go through state ed. That was our understanding until tonight. So this is the first, in fairness to the school district, that we're hearing, I don't know if it's a condition, if you will, that we go before the village board, because prior to tonight, that was not a condition.
well, if we go the route of joint ownership, it's
Yes.
an automatic condition. And that's one of the things that's noticed here.
Right,
So that was always a potential that you'd have to go there.
right. It was a potential, but there were dual considerations there, and we had talked about the possibility of having, in fact, I had spoken to our attorney and asked him to reach out to confirm that we were, last week with you, and I don't know if he did, the notion of what was originally discussed, which was the school district owning the property and the town having the development rights, because we had had discussions about the town not having the desire to have the liability, if you will, of being joint owners. That's a much cleaner process the other way around. And by the way, I don't think that, I said this at the very beginning tonight, the scope or magnitude of what we're doing hasn't changed in 5 months. We're basically talking about doing one plan. We're building one rectangular field with a bathroom station. People keep talking about concession stands. Maybe I misstated. What I'm talking about is one building with a female bathroom, male bathroom, unisex bathroom, and a 10 by 10 space where we can sell water with hot chocolate. That's it. There's nothing else that we envision adding, or the school boards envisioned adding from the start.
Honestly though, Jeff, like that concession stand, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it, it's the first time I heard of it is tonight. I've been involved for a long time with this.
That's not true.
Board, has any of you heard of that yet?
No.
It was mentioned in your EIS.
It was mentioned, Jay, at the meeting that we attended.
Yes?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was a modular unit.
And I don't remember, I remember the comfort
It's
station.
always been called a
And-
comfort station, but there was always, it was
And
a
by the way,
modular.
even if, I mean, just to.
And look, I don't have, honestly, I don't have
No,
any
to be
particular, like, they're gonna sell T-shirts that
No,
say
it's not even
whatever.
that. I mean,
It's
if
not-
that would be a negotiable item. If you guys said, hey, we don't want kids to have hot chocolate or water, I'd be fine. We'll just have a female bathroom, a male bathroom, and a unisex bathroom in one building, that's it. I just think the option of having a field without bathroom facilities on it is not an option. That's it.
Right, you need the comfort station.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be worse without it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, once again, how do we want to proceed? I think we hold it over personally to the 14th, but, and then see where we stand.
You know, in all honesty, at the beginning, this seemed like a very easy process. We often buy CPF purchases where we set aside for recreational or hammock green, and, you know, it works out very well. We're able to put fields in for a community and do that. So it seemed like a similar process, except that we had a partner this time who was actually going to take the burden on, you know, to develop the park. And it was originally a community park with an athletic piece to it. Turns out 4 acres maybe isn't big enough for everything we were thinking about at the beginning.
Okay.
And in all honesty, I also thought that the big sticking point was going to be the turf fields, because we know that doesn't, you know, happen. But there have been a lot of changes. And as much as I want to support it, I just think that tonight brought more questions to me. And at the very least, we need to have that discussion, you know, amongst us. So I think we have to delay it for at least a couple more weeks.
I just want to make one clarification for everyone. I said before that CPF can be used for athletic facilities, but currently it can't be used to build the athletic facilities. It can be used to purchase the land for athletic facilities, and that's why, these types of partnerships can seem appealing, because we have a different source other than, going to Southampton taxpayers to build it. And also, CPF can't be used to maintain it, and there's significant costs to maintaining it, to mowing the lawns, fertilizing, whatever might be involved, irrigating, picking up the garbage, security. CPF can't cover any of that.
We have CPF parcels that are chained off because we can't maintain them to have people access them safely, so.
So that's sort of the appeal of trying to come up with partnerships like this. And we have, in other cases, done that with not-for-profits for different museum type of uses.
For community use,
Yeah.
and that's the number one.
Yeah, for
I, and my colleagues will know this, that I constantly talk about this issue, because with the precedent that's set here, going forward, not just with other schools, but with other partners, and the use of CPF money and the intent of the statute is really important to me personally, and I know it is to my colleagues as well, and how do we get to that point? And I was hoping that this would go in the right direction, but it's kind of morphed, and that's causing me apprehension, because I want to make sure that in the future, whatever board considers this kind of thing, that there's some precedent set for it. And there's a lot of unknowns right now. And I'm with you, Rick. I feel I have more questions now than I did when I started this. And I would like to go to at least the 14th or the 28th. There's a lot of homework that needs to be done.
If we don't have the answers by the 14th, then we're probably going to end up adjourning it again.
Yeah, well, we might.
So,
no one said it was
possible.
easy.
John, you're 100% correct, because this is the blueprint for the future for us with these intermunicipal agreements. And it's a tough one to really hone out now, because we have to look at what could happen 30 or 40 years down the road.
And I have to be assured that the statute itself remains, thank you, pure was the word that was trying to pop out of my head, but adheres to the intent of the statute, which we all know. And people interpret that, and we do use athletic fields. We've done this before, but not in a partnership that sort of seems to or possibly excludes full-time access by the local public. So those stewardship agreements that we get into are very complex, and this is one of them. But this is a little different, because I'm not even sure who's in control, whether it's the Village of Sag Harbor, whether it's the Board of Education, I just don't know. And I need to feel comfortable making a decision based on having that
And to be clear, John, too, this was a matter of, we were taking 5 lots off that may be developed and putting a park in. It wasn't that we were trying to destroy the integrity of the community or the neighborhood. You know, we were leaning towards doing the right thing, that a park would be better than 5 mansions on the property. And that's kind of how we got this process started. So as much as my heart still wants to, you know, kind of be in the let's have some playing fields and help with the kids, I think we do have a little bit to discuss.
Fair enough.
We also have to answer the secret question, particularly if the town is going to acquire with the intention of creating athletic field with the school, and it is in a historic district and it's over 2.5 acres, we need clarity whether an EIS is something that might be required. So I'm going to leave that to the lawyers.
But I think,
But that, if an EIS is required here,
I think we have an answer to that.
okay. It is?
You need to,
All right, so if an EIS is
okay, we're good.
required, then at some point there has to be a finding
No,
statement and a
there's
decision.
I didn't want to
And
answer.
that,
but
again, is something that is,
This has been addressed, so if we let him just talk for 20 seconds, and
Sure.
then we can put it to rest, I think.
The secret process has not been completed. There was initial secret process that was done for purchasing the property, but then there is another secret process that'll have to be done for determining what the use of the property is and what that development was. We did not have that information at the time when the initial sequel was determined. No.
so hold on.
So,
We
Hold
did
on,
not.
guys, come on, this is the
They
board.
do whatever they want.
So will that include the dump aspect of it
Yes,
and any contaminants and
absolutely.
all
We've
that?
said that throughout this entire process, that the secret process was not completed with that initial secret determination for purchasing the property alone.
Okay.
There is another secret process that has to be done, and that is a much more far extensive determination. Both SHPO needs to be addressed, SEQA needs to be addressed, the historic preservation issues need to be addressed. All of that will be contained within the next SEQA determination. And how long would that take? Well, knowing that we have to speak with the DEC, knowing that we have other agencies that we have to deal with, that could take several months as well to get done. It was the same process that we went through with the Mashasha-Muir Park.
But then that also has to be a condition for closing.
Well, yes, and could I ask, we do have an expert in the room here that's looking askance right now, because I think he should respond.
Well, there's
to
also
that.
the concern, the town board has to take an action, and that action has to be reviewed by the secret. So there's you have the secret process that the school district is doing, but we also have to do our own secret process, and we have to analyze whether is it a type 1, is going to require an EIS for our action. Our action is separate from the school board.
So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna buy a piece of property to build a house on, and then be told later that I can't build that house
You
on.
can't take an action.
Right,
So
exactly.
there's a lot of questions, we need to talk to legal. We're saying we're gonna hold this over till the 14th, it's going on 10 o'clock at night, we have 140 pages of
I know we have a
agenda to
lot
get
of
there.
resolutions
So,
ahead, too.
can we hold it over and get more answers and?
We can certainly hold it over, but I think we need to go in eyes wide open here, because it just doesn't seem like May is a realistic time no matter what. For a vote. It's, how could that happen? How could we do an EIS and get that done, and then an EIS, it's not a given that it'll be a positive outcome on an EIS. It could be a negative outcome.
Well, I'd like to ask, we have Bob DeLuca here, who's, I consider an expert on the subject. Could he just have the same 20 seconds to speak to that? Do you mind?
I'll give you a minute.
I'll
Great.
give you a minute.
It sounds like, however it got here, like this is the definition of segmentation, right? Secret tells you in the first page, you have to address the overall action. So that overall action includes the purchase of the property, the conditions of the purchase, and what you're going to do on the property. So when the school board neg-decked the part of the project that they neg-decked, first they had it as an unlisted action, which it isn't, but setting that aside, you have no secret at all on this so far, right? So you have to classify this action, Once you have it classified, you have to make a determination of significance. It's a type 1 action. There's a fair amount of concern here, including from your own CPF committee, that says you shouldn't do it. So you're going to have to make a very strong case that you should, and the most significant part of the secret process is the consideration of alternatives. And you can't consider alternatives if your only secret process is on the project you decided to do. You can't do it. It just doesn't work. So setting aside my own concerns about it, Jim is on the right track here, which is you got to basically do your own secret prior to any resolution that approves anything on this project. And that's going to require, I think, in the face of what's proposed on this property, because you're not taking a private athletic field and making it a town field or a cleared piece of property. There's all sorts of potential environmental harm, whether you can discuss the magnitude of it, but that's the core of the secret analysis that you need to do prior to rendering a final determination in a finding statement. And I don't think either you or the village wants to leave that hanging out there in the face of significant opposition.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
Pretty much, I mean, I would like to, I'm not here tonight to make a secret determination, but I do agree that we, like I said earlier, before this board can take an action, we have to do our own secret findings. And if the secret finding is determination that it's a type 1 and we have to do an EIS, which we have not even looked at this point. If that's the case, then of course, yes, it's going to take a long time. It's a process. I'm not saying whether we have to do that or not yet. I have to speak with my environmental experts in the town here, but that is, but I can definitively state that we have to, before we can take an action, before we can go with the contract or approve this, we have to do a secret determination.
Significant amount of unanswered questions.
Absolutely.
And I'll agree to adjourning to the 14th. We'll have some of those answers, but I doubt we'll have them all.
We're not going to have.
So,
Okay.
all right, and because otherwise we're going to be here all night. And we actually are going to be here for a long time. We have a lot of resolutions ahead. So I'll make a motion. It's a 1 o'clock meeting, right, Cindy?
Yes.
And we'll do it by hybrid, and it might go on well into the evening, who knows? I'll make a motion to adjourn to March 14th.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor? So if, we're gonna take 5 minutes for everybody to exit, and then we will reconvene here with public portion.
Is it public portion? They're gonna continue with.
Public portion is next. I don't know who's speaking.
Speaking on Zoom?
Yeah.
Someone on Zoom.
Yeah.
On Zoom. We left somebody open on Zoom? Waiting for public portion.
15 CAC.
Now, was this already submitted, or this is something else? Okay.
Oh, I know. It's okay.
It's gonna check. They look familiar. It's okay.
The bathroom?
See, I have a note I need to distribute. I'm gonna make copies, but you have copies for me. I'll take them. I'll take them. They look familiar, that's why I said that. Okay. No, I don't want you to waste the paper. We're talking about the environment right now, so. Okay, thank you.
But it's precedent. It's precedent, correct?
How you doing, Doug?
How are you? Being up. I know, no problem. Good to see you. Nobody embarrassed myself.
No, not at all. You did great.
Someday we can have a conversation about what happens behind the scenes. It takes, there's a point where I cannot no longer control it. From underneath, I have to go public. I don't like this. All right. Well, it's a good thing. I appreciate what you're doing.
Good job, Jay.
I got a few more. I got these other things too.
All right, we're gonna resume our meeting.
No.
I don't think so.
Even though it's 10 o'clock, you
You're
guys,
good.
I think you can take off. We'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Thanks, Jackie.
We'll
Thanks,
talk
Dan.
Thanks,
we'll talk
Dan.
tomorrow.
Thanks,
All
Dan.
right. Okay, so next up is public portion. I know we cleared the house here, but not online. We have a number of people online, I think, who want to speak in public portion. So,
I'm looking at your plate over there, what is
you want to pass this down to Sunday and pass
Sure,
it
as soon as
back.
I,
All right, so Charles, we're opening public portion. If you are watching our meeting, we thank you for your patience. That was quite a long public hearing. We started at 6, it's now 10 o'clock. But if you're still with us and you want to be heard in public portion on any matter of concern to you, now's your opportunity. We'll give you your 3 minutes. So, Charles, if you're online and wish to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon found normally at the bottom of your screen.
Hearing none.
1 second.
If you waited this long, you have really got something to say.
You know, I wish I said to all those people who just left to drive carefully because
Yeah, it might be ice.
there is some
Icing.
icing going.
I have a hand, but he's not responding, so.
Sorry.
It's okay, it's after 10 o'clock.
Anybody want a lemon drop?
And I haven't had
So
dinner.
no hand. I have a hand, but he's not responding.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Look.
Go.
That's it.
One more moment, and then I'm going to close
No.
public portion.
Hands down,
Close
we're
public
done.
portion.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right. Let's see how we do with speed reading.
Okay.
All right, so to the resolutions, we're going to start with 300 of 23. Rick, you're up.
Authorized purchase of heavy-duty parts, Sterling, Mack, Ford, Kenworth, and Peterbilt from the Gabrielli Truck Sales Limited using the Suffolk County contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Right. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 301 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. Authorized purchase of liquid blended phosphates from Massapequa Water District contract with Caris Corporation.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 302, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. Authorized purchase of snow equipment, parts, accessories, and cutting edges using the Town of Huntington contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 303 of 23, authorized purchases from Omnia Partners contract with Amazon Services LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 304 of 23, authorized purchases from Omnia Partners contract with Home Depot USA, Inc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 305 of 23, authorized purchases of aftermarket vehicle parts from Napa Auto Parts using Sourcewell contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
306 of 2023, authorized purchase of heavy construction equipment with related accessories, attachments, and supplies from Komatsu America using the Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Second by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
307 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchases of meter pits and ancillary equipment from Core and Main LP using the Town of Riverhead contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 308 of 23, authorized purchases of process services from One World Judicial Services, Inc., using Suffolk County contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 309 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorized supervisor to sign intermunicipal agreement with Sag Harbor for fire marshal services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 310 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to execute a 2023 cooperative agreement with neighboring villages for town to provide shared computer services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 311 of 2023, authorized supervisor to sign a contract extension for traffic line striping and traffic markings with Seneca Pavement.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 312 of 2023 is to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Scranton Technology Solutions to service the shredder in records management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Good one. Town Board Resolution 313 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to sign a renewal for IT technical support ticketing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 314 of 23, authorize supervisor to sign an extended contract with Nelson and Pope for professional design services for HVAC-related services for Central Garage.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 315 of 23, authorize supervisor to sign contract with Nelson and Pope for professional services related to the Town Hall Solar Photovoltaic Feasibility Study.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 316 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized supervisor to sign DPP with Toshiba America Business Solutions, Inc. for copy machine for town attorney from the Eastern Suffolk BOCES contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 317 of 2023, authorize the purchase of a steel pavilion and installation services at East Quogue Marina.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Aye. Town Board Resolution 318 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to execute a service order with Box Incorporated for Business Plus account licenses.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 319 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorized the supervisor to execute a contract with Rayner Group, PE and LS, PLLC, for professional engineering and permitting services in connection with the Bridgehampton Senior Center.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 320 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorized the supervisor to execute a no-cost extension of term of contract for the preparation of a supplemental generic environmental impact statement for the proposed Riverside Sewage Treatment Plant, SDP Hamlet of Riverside.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 321 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Johnson Controls Security Solutions for monitoring and maintenance of the burglar and fire alarm at David W. Crohan Flanders Community Center.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 322 of 2023 authorizes the supervisor to sign a statement of work with Signified upgrade from City Touch Software Service to Interact City Software Service for the remote management of adaptive nodes on streetlights.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 323 of 2023 is to authorize the supervisor to sign a time extension contract with West Hampton Beach School Districts for QUIP project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 324 of 23, authorize the supervisor to sign an extended contract with Nelson Pope and Engineering, Architecture, and Land Surveying, PPLC, for Shinnecock Hills Extension.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 325 of 23, authorize Town Attorney's Office to select and engage surveyors from pre-approved list to provide specific surveying services for the Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point FIMP project.
Second.
Is it Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point, or just Fire Island to Montauk Point? Anyway.
It's the Fire Island Inlet.
All right, seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 326 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for a 2016 used F-350 service truck with Otis Ford, Inc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 327 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for a 2021 used Ford Super Duty F-550 with Newlands Bay Shore Ford Incorporated.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 328 of 23, declare item surplus and authorize disposal of vehicles.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 329, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, recall and amend Resolution 2022-1218. Authorize the supervisor to sign consultant agreement with Susan Western to assist the Southampton Town Police Department with the development of Southampton Town Police Department directives and implementation into the Lexipol software system.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 330 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, recall and amend Resolution 2022-1255 to authorize the supervisor to execute an extended agreement with Telview Corporation for maintenance and support of broadcast equipment and software for Southampton Channel 20.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 331 of 23, recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2023-52, authorizing a contract for 2023 Chevrolet Malibu.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 332 of 2023, renewal of Zendesk for IT technical support ticketing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 333 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. The 2023 notice to bidders for requirements contract to furnish and install asphalt concrete.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 334 of 2023, co-sponsored with councilpersons McNamara and Martell. The 2023 notice to bidders for roll-off containers.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 335 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, 2023 notice to bidders for sports court resurfacing and construction requirements contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 336 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is the 2023 notice to bidders for structure demolition at 62 Red Creek Road, Hampton Bays.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 337 of 2023 amends the 2022 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 338 of 2023 amends the 23 adopted budget for land management department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 339 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone and Schneider, and Supervisor Schneiderman, amend 2023 Department of Land Management Building and Zoning Division commercial fee schedule.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
I need a motion to amend Town Board Resolution 340 of 2023, amend 2023 Department of Land Management Building and Zoning Division electrical fee schedule.
What's the change?
A motion to amend?
Second.
We have to tell us how you want to amend it.
I am. I have actually, Kim, you have the breakdown on this?
I do. On the page
Sunday you have
45, the third item, where it says fee waived, it is to be $100. If we go to the next page, 46, the first item, solar, is crossed out for $100. And on
Wait, I don't see-
page,
That's on page 46 at the
48.
top. $100 is
Yep.
crossed out on solar at the top.
Solar.
That's, we're taking that away?
Taking that out.
yes, and then on page 48, where it says, 1, 2, 3, on the fifth line, it says solar, it's photovoltaic systems? Voltaic?
Photovoltaic.
Okay. That is to be added next to the word solar,
Okay, makes sense.
and that's
Could be
all I
just
have.
PV.
That's it.
Okay.
It can be PV, it doesn't have to be photovoltaic.
But I got solar voltaic systems.
Solar and then
I'm just reading what's
photovoltaic.
written.
Yeah,
So solar voltaic systems, no?
that's fine.
I just wanted to, because we're amending
So, I'm
it.
sorry, you're getting rid of the photo?
I have solar voltaic.
We're adding.
We're adding voltaic
Voltaic
systems.
systems.
Photovoltaic system.
Yes.
Photovoltaic.
Solar, photo.
No, we're
Word for
just
me.
adding photovoltaic. We'll all know how to say photovoltaic by the end of this meeting.
Just say cheese.
So we're taking out the word solar?
No, we're leaving solar and we're adding
Adding.
photovoltaic system.
All right, solar photovoltaic system.
Yes,
So there's 3 changes.
yes.
All right.
I've never heard
All
of
right,
it.
so Councilwoman McNamara is making a motion to amend as just described. Councilman Martell is seconding it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, and now a motion to approve as amended, seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 341 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone and Supervisor Schneiderman, Amend 2023 Department of Land Management Building and Zoning Division residential fee schedule.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 342, co-sponsored with Supervisor Schneiderman and Councilwoman McNamara, to amend the 2023-2027 capital budget and add capital project North Sea Skate Park.
I'll second, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 343 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara and Councilman Bouvier, amends the 23 to 27 capital budget for water quality improvement project, Mecox Bay Inlet.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 344 of 23, authorizing the acceptance of a grant for the police department to facilitate the implementation of body-worn cameras.
Second.
Seconded by,
And also,
you want to second that? Or tell
I'd
me?
like, I seconded it, I'd like to be added to it. Sponsor, I apologize, Sunday, if that's okay. Because we started this in the Affirmative Action Task Force so many years ago, I'm just really glad to see
All
it.
right, so
finally
seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Anybody else want to be added on?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
You can add me too, Sunday.
All right.
All right, we'll put,
Oh, gosh, okay, guys.
put everybody on, I suspected.
Rick?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 345 of 23, authorized town attorney to sign stipulation of settlement agreement.
Second.
Second.
Tell me, Joe.
Yeah, this is, I think, of no cost. Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 346 of 23, retains Greenbrook Torrig LLP as it relates to the matter of the Colonel's Way? Colonel's, what, Colonel's?
Colonel.
Colonel, right? Colonel's Way LLC versus Town of Southampton et al. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 347 of 2023 is a notice of adoption to amend Chapter 123 Building Construction and Chapter 330 Zoning to add sections pertaining to the regulation of solar energy systems in the town of Southampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. We held a hearing on this, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
869.
869.
That's you, Rick.
All right, Town Board Resolution 348 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. Resolution of adoption amending Chapter 312-9 of the Southampton Town Code, authorizing an all-way stop at the intersection of Squires Avenue and Jones Road in East Quogue.
Second, and on the motion, I do have the support of the chief of police on this. So, you had asked for that at the last, at the public hearing.
Can I go on as a co-sponsor on this one? Sunday?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. What page are we on?
84.
Yeah, these are volume.
Town Board Resolution 349 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. Resolution of adoption amending Chapter 262 of the Town Code entitled Registration of Foreclosure Mortgage Properties in order to comply with recently amended State Law S 3933.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
92.
Town Board Resolution. 92. Town Board Resolution 350 of 2023, authorize a cost reimbursement waiver for the North Sea Fire Department Annual Carnival from June 28th through July 2nd, 2023, from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 351, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, to authorize the installation of a new street light in Quogue.
East Quogue.
East Quogue, yes.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, we don't do too much for Quogue.
Town Board Resolution 352, also co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, to authorize the installation of a new light in North Sea.
Second.
New street light, right? Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 353 of 23, accepts resignation of Ashley Saccone, Animal Control Officer 1 in Public Safety.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 354 of 23, accepts retirement of Maria Hilkovich, custodial worker 2 in municipal works.
Second. And on that note, I'd just like to,
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, on the motion.
Maria is, we all talked about her before, but she's really gonna be missed.
Yeah. The best.
You know,
The
she's
best.
just one of those
Always
fixtures in
a
town,
smile.
always smiling, always
She's-
happy, always friendly.
Always
She always
smiling.
tells me my hair looks beautiful.
She's such a hard
Even when I know it
worker.
doesn't.
Yeah.
We
She's
can
just
get
a-
used to that.
She's such a hard worker and such a joy to see somebody who takes so much pride in what they do.
Absolutely.
But also to really take an interest in all of the people around her.
Absolutely.
You
In the
know,
whole building.
I just don't think there's anyone that she doesn't care about.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
and you know, who was saying, bring her your orchids to her? Is that?
Oh.
Yeah, we called it the plant
She,
whisperer.
Oh, absolutely.
She
brings it
waters
back to
everything that's
life.
dry.
She has a
Yeah.
special solution, and, I mean, I had mine in the garbage, I thought it was dead. And a year later, she came back and it was flowering, and she handed me, I said, why are you giving me this orchid? She said, it's yours. I brought it back to life.
Good.
But she's really amazing, but she's a
Yeah.
wonderful lady, and.
I
we
wish
thank
her the
again.
very
John,
best.
John, you should give her the one in your office before she.
Yeah, before, yeah.
Yeah, she's been here a long time.
We'll be hiring her back
2001.
as a consultant.
For orchids.
Going back to,
Orchids
I think she's going back to Poland.
Congratulations,
Well,
Maria.
we just, Maria,
luck.
if you're listening, we just wish you the very best.
I think she's going back to,
You've
be
earned
with
a
family.
joyous
Poland.
retirement, and we want you to have that. So
And thank you
We'll
for,
we're
help
gonna
her
miss
watch.
you.
Sure, we'll have cake.
It's always bittersweet,
we got a
his
big party for
retirement, so,
Okay.
but we certainly will miss you here. All right, so there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 355 of 23 appoints Alexis Marinchel to scale operator from civil service list.
second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations. 356, 23 appoints Andrew Rayner to assistant cook in senior services.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations. 357 of 23 appoints Brian Corial to scale operator from civil service list.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congrats. 358 of 23 appoints James Duryea as senior environmental analyst and trustees.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to James. 359 appoints Joseph Furlong to Network and System Specialist 2 in Information Technology.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Joe.
It's very good.
Does a great job. 360 of 23 appoints Lisa Merker to Senior Office Assistant position in the Building Department.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Town Board Resolution
Approved,
360.
and congratulations.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Town Board Resolution 361 of 2023 is to authorize Town Engineer Thomas Houghton to attend the U.S. Department of Energy Better Buildings, Better Plants Summit.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I approve 362 of 23. Notice of public hearing on the acquisition of lands of Peconic Bay Development LLC and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include properties.
Second.
Seconded
Scavone.
by Councilman Schiavone. And this is a hearing for Tuesday, March 14th. All in
yeah.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Does that date sound familiar, March
Yep.
14th?
I hope there's not a lot of these.
363 of 23, notice of public hearing on the acquisition of lands of Rhonda S. Hessner and Dara Smith Yates Trust, and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include those properties. This is also our favorite day, March 14th, at 1 o'clock here, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 364 of 2023, notice of public hearing to amend Chapter 312, authorize stop signs at the intersection of Wakeman Road and Gardenia Avenue, Hampton Bays, New York.
Second?
And we're going to do this on March 14th as
Yep.
well, huh? All right, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 365 of 2023. Notice of public hearing to amend Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs at intersection of King Street and Gerald Lane, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This is looking like a fun day, March 14th.
Long day.
Also March 14th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, 366 of 23, notice of public hearing to consider local law amending Chapter 244, transfer of development rights certificate program to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
Co-sponsored with me is.
Just co-sponsored with Councilman
I
Bouvier,
will
and this is
second that.
March 28th.
Yes.
Seconded by the co-sponsor, Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Page 117.
Approved. 117, 367 of 23, notice of public hearing to consider a local law amending Chapter 330-7, acknowledging transfer of sanitary flow credits, also on the 28th.
Also the same co-sponsor.
Co-sponsored by Councilman
Who seconds.
Bouvier, who is seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Page 122.
368 of 23, also co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, is notice of public hearing to consider a local law amending Chapter 330-9, density incentive provisions to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
Same second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This is also March 28th. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
130, are we on?
369 of 2023, page 130, yeah. Schedule additional combined secra zone change public hearing for the application entitled The Preserve at South Country Road for a change from CR 40 to multifamily plan residential district, MFPRD, on a 17-acre parcel, proposing development of 104 units, 6 units per acre of affordable rental housing in the hamlet of Quioc.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 370 of 2023, it's a notice of public hearing for RFP selection of development proposals and current zoning amendments required to effectuate waterfront revitalization urban renewal plan at 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 371 of 23, authorize the acquisition of land at 3398 Noyak Road and 146 Old Noyak Road, Noyak, and amends the CPF management and stewardship plan to include the properties.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. This is a $1.2 million purchase of 3.2 acres of open space. We held a hearing on this. So I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 372 of 23, authorize the acquisition of land at 12 Bathing Beach Road, Southampton, and amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include said property. This is a $500,000 acquisition. Seconded by
1 acre
Council.
property, 500 grand.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. I was looking at, we're in Southampton, but it's 12 Bathing Beach Road, so. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, we go now to the walk-ons. 39288 is the ID. It authorizes the supervisor to sign the documentation necessary to accept a Department of Justice grant for the implementation of a body-worn camera program for the Town of Southampton Police Department.
I'd like to co-sponsor that. I think everybody would.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
everybody wants to be a co-sponsor on that first resolution.
It's a big deal. This has been a long
And I
time.
take it you're seconding?
I will second.
All right, so seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 42671 is our, where is it in my packet? Oh, here it is. It's out of order on mine. 42671 is warrant number 4, capital number 4, CPF number 4, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the last one, 42675, authorizes the supervisor to sign an access easement with Suffolk County as it relates to the Hampton Bays Water District subaqueous water main project at Mashut Beach County Park.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. And Jim, thank you for all the work you've been doing
Yeah.
with this.
And thank the county, and thank Peter Scully and
And the
folks over at
county,
the county.
it's been a lot more work than we realized. But
Yeah.
it really will make, we hope it's gonna make a difference.
No fee?
No, there'll be a
Well,
fee.
this is, what happened was,
It's interim.
we would, because we have issues running up against the pipe and plover, so we kind of begged and pleaded with the county to give us this interim agreement, and they agreed to it, so this is gonna help us at least get the project done before April
Get the
1st.
project done, and then we'll figure out the
Yeah,
value.
we have the appraisal now in too, so, but this way we can get the project done before, and so.
All right,
And the
so-
county's been great to work
They're
with.
gonna love the
Kathleen was
water at
great.
Mashut.
All in favor?
One more vote.
There's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye. Who's the
Aye.
second?
We
Thank
had a
you,
second.
thank you, Rick.
Rick seconded. That was approved. That is our last resolution. It's 10:37. It's been a long meeting. So is there any other business?
No.
No, other than just, it may be some icy conditions on the road, so please just be careful getting home. Thank you all. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Temperatures.
Aye. We are